All right, it is 4:30. Let me get my agenda. And I'd like to open the meeting of Placerville City Council here on April 27th at 4:30 p.m. And the first item on our agenda is going into a closed session. And prior to going into closed session, we would like to see if anyone from the public would like to comment on any of the closed session items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have caller 525. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *9.
It's *6, right?
My apologies.
No
worries.
*6? I've done it in the past. And I got to listen to the joke about we'll have it all figured out, but then it'll be too late. Anyway, I was thinking bingo cards and coffee with the mayor if I fill in all the guess who's going to forget. But anyway, this is Leo Bennett Koshan, and I wanted to comment on your union negotiations. As an old union hand, I just think it's wonderful that so far I have never heard disputes, which I think is always great when the negotiations between unions and management and city council goes well. So kudos. I wanted to start with the kudo because I was hoping things would be calm, but I kind of think that when you get into the other meeting, it's not going to be as calm as I'd hoped for. So thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Leo. All right, since he's the only caller on our list right now, we'll go ahead and close this public comment section, and we will adjourn to closed session. We'll see you back here at 5 p.m. See you then. All right. Good evening, and I'd like to welcome you to the 27th, the City Council meeting of April 27th, and it is 5 o'clock. And if you would all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you very much. And Ms. O'Connell, if we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Here.
Councilmember No?
Here.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Here.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mayor Thomas?
Here. All right, thank you very much. We have no ceremonial matters. We're on to item number 4, closed session report. If our city attorney, John Driscoll, could give us the report of what we did.
Thank you, Thomas. Tonight in closed session, the council rejected the claim of Ryan Twigg by unanimous vote with all council members present. The council also rejected the claim of Nate Davis with all council members present and by unanimous vote. The council took no other reportable action with respect to the other item on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driscoll. All right, moving on to item 5, adoption of agenda. Before we do this, I would like to move, I would like to ask that we go ahead and put item number 14 right after adoption of agenda and keep it later on in the agenda. Councilmember Taylor has a commitment that's going to take her away from the meeting here at some point, and so we want to make sure that she had an item that she wished to bring forward. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as adopted, doubling up item number 14 right after item number 5.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye. Thank you.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Thank
All
you.
right, so for the first item of item number 14, I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Dennis, for doing that.
I wanted to propose that we invite Housing El Dorado to give a brief presentation to the council at the next meeting. They are working on coming up with a proposal that would address homelessness within the city without costing significant tax dollars for the city. So I thought the council may be interested in that, and I would like to recommend that as an agenda item.
Quick, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, I didn't hear, I just cut out on who,
It was hard to hear.
I didn't hear who the group was that was doing something.
Housing El Dorado.
Housing El Dorado. Okay.
I was,
And they have they're working on a plan, sort of, I guess, a private sector plan.
Yeah, they're a nonprofit.
Okay.
So.
My only, thank you. My only question, thank you. I wasn't sure. I thought it was them, but I wasn't sure. My only question, and I don't know what the council thinks. I think that's great. I'd like to hear what they're doing. Is I wouldn't mind hearing, and I don't know, because I'm sure this somehow plays into what the county's doing, and maybe even under what we're doing on 12.2. I think because we want to coordinate it, but would it be? I don't know if it would be good to also have like the county talk about at the same time. I know we just did the one on our agenda item. We had a little bit of a discussion about that last time, but I wouldn't mind getting like a whole picture of what's going on. I see Cleve just popped in, so I don't know if I'd like to get a full picture of things. Although I would like to hear what they're doing too, though. So. But
I don't want to jump ahead of Vice Mayor Taylor, but I just mentioned, I think it would be good to hear this proposal. And perhaps they can explain somewhat how it would fit in with the county's plan as a total. I see it as perhaps somewhat in addition to what the county is working on, if I'm correct, Vice Mayor Taylor, but I think it would be good. I've talked to Vice Mayor Taylor. She's kind of explained it to me, and it would be good for us to hear it and then, because it likely would require some action on the city's part as we go forward. So.
okay, thank you.
Is there a timing issue with this as well?
Not really, other than, we're going into budget,
Mhm.
Starting next month. And it might be kind of good to do around the same time for strategic planning purposes.
All right, and how long are we anticipating?
10 minutes or so.
Okay,
Shouldn't be long.
all right.
We should be able to get it. We should be able to get it on our next meeting, I would think. So.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Let's get everybody who would like to see this a thumbs up. All right, we got 5 thumbs ups, and so we're good. All right, Kara. All right, moving on to item number 6, announcements and presentations to the public. Brief
Dennis?
comments. Yes.
I'd like to move for the adoption of the agenda.
Oh dear, did we not do that?
We didn't do it.
Oh,
So we did.
we did. You
We
voted
did.
on it? We did.
Oh, you moved for it. I'm
I
sorry. You
did.
That's right. That's why it threw me. You did it. Okay, got it.
I was doubting myself there for a second. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it could happen, believe me. Okay, moving on to item number 6, announcements, presentation to the public, brief comments by city council members, and we'll go with council member No.
We have Rise and Shine this Saturday. Just want to remind everybody, if you go to I think it's everbright.com and look up Rise and Shine 2021, you can sign up. That's a great community event where we kind of clean up the towns, the parks, the parking garage, the cemeteries, all sorts of great opportunities to pitch in and spruce up the town.
All right, Councilmember Borelli.
Just quick,
Yes.
eventbrite.com is the website for that. So,
And
Thanks,
you
Cleve.
can also reach it through the city website too.
correct.
All right.
I just have attended a lot of Zoom meetings. I've met with Cleve a couple of times and just the regular stuff.
Just the usual, huh?
Yep.
All right, Michael.
Nothing new. I was just going to bring up the Rise and Shine event too, and hope that I get to use one of the high-powered gas weed whackers again, because that was awesome.
All right, Vice Mayor Taylor.
I don't have anything to add that my colleagues haven't already mentioned.
All right. Well, I will see you all at the, I don't know who you all are, but I'll be seeing you at the Rise and Shine. I've been, I'm going to be at the B Street Cemetery, and I will be there. Matter of fact, I worked there when I was in high school, so it'll be like going home for me. And the other thing is, I went to a chamber luncheon, and Don Ashton, the CAO for the county, spoke, and he was kind of speaking on the state of the county and how things are going. It was a great informational event. It was my first live event with real people in a room, and it was nice to get out and see people. So that was great. And we also had a meeting with El Dorado County Transportation Commission in the city, and we talked about the US Highway 50 project and what the next steps look like, kind of just getting us lined up for the next, getting the ball rolling towards the next, 10 to 20 years. And so, it's a long-term project. And so it's kind of just, the first phases of it, but this is where we start. And so we had that meeting and just kind of a thought meeting about where we need to begin. So that was a great meeting, and look forward to more conversations about that as we go forward. And that is all I have. And now we're going to go on to item 6.2. And it was nice to see Mark Acuna's face pop up there on the screen. It's somebody that see on a regular basis when he was on the city council. And just for those of you who are on here who may not have been visiting us often, Mark Acuna was previous mayor and also previous council member for Placerville city of Placerville. And during that time as city council member, he was also worked very closely with the city and as a liaison to PG&E and all things to do with the city interacting with PG&E, and especially to deal with the PSPS, some of the things they're doing around the town with the power poles and such. And he has been an invaluable resource for the city in terms of having that in-depth knowledge. As he is a retiree from PG&E, he certainly has some in-depth knowledge on PG&E and his ability to really understand and carry some water for the city and have some really tough conversations with them and help us move forward in protecting our city, and two, figuring out whether we really need to have PSPS, what the parameters are, and a lot of things like that. I don't want to steal any of his thunder, but I just can't tell you how important it is to have somebody with the knowledge that Mark Acuna has to help support the city. And I tell you what, he's doing it all as a volunteer. And I certainly appreciate his efforts in this area. And with that, what we're doing is a presentation by Community Utility Liaison Mark Acuna on PG&E public safety power shutoff events. And Cleve, did you have anything to add?
No, not this time. Just it's been great working with Mark. We've had several meetings, phone calls, Zoom meetings, face-to-face meetings, and I'm looking forward to his presentation and then continued working with him to try and alleviate or mitigate the effects of PSPS and other issues that we face in our community related to utilities. So Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Cleve.
Thank you very much, Mayor Thomas. Thank you very much for that tremendous buildup and introduction. Appreciate the acknowledgement that it's been a very interesting task. As having someone who spent 40 years in the utility business, we're certainly at a very interesting point with a major utility here in the state of California and how it is impacting us. Good evening, or I should say good afternoon, Vice Mayor Taylor and council members. It's also a pleasure to be a part of Hollywood Squares here with all the distinguished department heads and chiefs that are present. Great to see all of you, and it has been wonderful to work with you again. I have submitted to the council a 3-page memorandum that outlines the efforts that we have been working on. Some of it is all the way back to the very first PSPS, and then some is most recently as in December, and then through the first 4 months of this year. As Cleve mentioned, we've had a number of meetings. There's been lots of emails flowing. We did have a couple of successful meetings to get some further information from PG&E. You have to remember that they are a very compartmentalized or centralized organization now. So it took some coordination to get into the actual folks who could answer the hard questions as to why these events were happening specifically in Placerville and throughout the eastern part of El Dorado County. I don't want to go through all of that, knowing the length of your agenda and the items that are ahead of you this evening, so I won't go through all those particular items. I will let you know that there are a number of follow-up things that Cleve and myself are going to be working on. We have a good rapport going with PG&E this year. Sarah Rashid has been excellent to work with. Her organization, of course, can only provide the data that they get from the different operating portions of PG&E. So it does sometimes create a slowdown in the hard fact data that we need to get answers for us. One of the big issues and one of the blessings is, I'll have to recognize Brandon Sanders from PG&E, the generator set that we're all very familiar with that we see over on Broadway. It is coming back. It will be fully functional in time for PG&E's anticipated start of the season. I would say September 1st, but the way the weather has been this year, I'm not sure that that's a hard date, but the generator is coming back. It is a key to preventing a complete and total disastrous blackout in this community. So we thank them for that microgrid effort. And we've continued to build on that particular infrastructure. As you can imagine, those generators are not inexpensive to operate. It's a major commitment on their part. So this year, or excuse me, just last month, we were able to get the information as to why PG&E shuts down the major transmission line, which is the big line that runs from El Dorado County line all the way to Pollock Pines on the big steel towers. There is a section of that line up in the Pollock Pines area that enters into an extreme fire risk zone. And it is their operational decision. They're mandated to shut that part of the line down. Using the existing equipment, they are, for their operational convenience, I would say, using a switch on Missouri Flat Road to de-energize the eastern half of the line, then putting our gen set into operation. We did find out earlier this month that PG&E intends to install a new set of automatic switches at the Placerville substation. Those will be installed hopefully for the in operation by the 2022 PS events. I will continue to follow up with them and encourage them to utilize some industry standard procedures that would allow them to not go through the step of the transmission line. You might ask why bringing this up. It's really critical. In the last 3 seasons, the fact that the transmission line had to be taken out of service did add to the number of hours that our entire community and all the communities east of us remained out of service. So it isn't just a little segment. It's a significant step. Again, it can only be inspected by certain individuals, and it adds delay and it adds outage time. So that's the issue with the high voltage. I think I'd just quickly like to go through the highlights of the positives. We do have, I'd say, one negative this year as far as working with them to reduce the impacts to our business districts. We have a commitment from PG&E that they will complete this summer a reconnection of the Hangtown Village Square Shopping Center. As you might recall, the majority of that center has been out during the outages due to an odd connection designed from years ago when fire danger was never an issue. So they will be installing new underground facilities to connect all of those major businesses like Save Mart, Taco Bell, all the commercial businesses and Starbucks and so on. So that'd be nice to have those. Those are all vital. People traveling, people coming into town, we need that. So that's thanks to them for that one. They are working to connect Placerville Pines and the Western Slope Care Facility. Those are on the Washington Marshall Way area. That work is currently going on as I speak. There will be a number of automatic switches that'll allow those two critical care facilities to be on the microgrid and transition to that rather quickly. So that's a very positive. Those are critical facilities, and so we appreciate that. They listen to our concerns there. They have looked at the Eschaton Village. That's a very new community. It's all underground, and sadly, it is only a few hundred feet away from the substation, but yet it does not connect to the microgrid. As you might know, they have a very nice community facility there, and the Eschaton has offered that if they could become a part of the microgrid, they would consider opening their facilities as a new community resource center. So with that, PG&E has committed and has started design work and hopes to connect that community to the microgrid in 2022. So that's a significant project that we appreciate. Unfortunately, the south side of Main Street, which has been a bugaboo since day one, and as I think we all know, the media comes up here during these outages and they find one side of Main Street on and one side off. PG&E, as we speak, is currently at the investigative stage. They have been out in the field and they have walked the alleys and the associated wiring from Pacific Street. At this time, they do not have a commitment as to a project. So the answer for the south side of Main Street this season would be they will not be on the microgrid. I think I could speak for Cleve that we have shared with them what a tremendous inequity that is and what a tremendous public relations nightmare that is for the mayor and the city manager and the business owners to have that north-south on-off situation. So I will continue to press them to be as creative as they can be. We have facilities so very close to the overhead line that feeds the south side. You have power at the fire station on Sacramento Street, Bank of America, post office, but yet there's just some old technology that's in the way there. So I will continue to press on that one. The other issue that I've just hit on quickly is something I call distribution outages. And that was a discrepancy that was very clear last year during a couple of the PSPS events. The portions of Placerville Drive were out of power. During the second day of that particular outage, folks, for example, as Vice Mayor Taylor's, her neighborhood came on. However, that evening, the majority of our Placerville Drive and Forney Road areas remained out. The reasoning being PG&E meteorological group had said any line over 1,500 feet because of the wind could not be re-energized. This is something that I will continue to work hard with PG&E to identify this discrepancy where literally from one side of the street to the other, you have power or you don't have power. Through no fault of their own, their existing system and their existing circuits were never set up to comply with CAL FIRE fire risk zones. And it has been pointed out to them again this past month, and I will continue to point it out to them that having an area like the Weber Creek Canyon, Missouri Flat Road, Forney Road, El Dorado Road, energized and declaring it safe, while areas, all the government center, Ray Lawyer Drive, Placerville Drive, Forney Road, just because of a discrepancy or a line on a map, they're saying that that is a high risk zone and it cannot be energized. That's the kind of, and I feel some frustration on their part also. And that's just an issue that because of the impacts of the community and these facilities that are involved, we've got the fairgrounds, all the county offices, the court, the library. In an emergency, what do we need to do? We need to have evacuation centers, perhaps. Currently, they're out of power because they fall on the wrong side of a line on a fire map. So I continue to work with PG&E to see that if we can't bring some sanity to that. And I'm hoping that we get a positive answer so that just that whole commercial corridor that's vital when the power is out can be deemed safe and can escape this year. So with that, I would just like to thank all the folks at PG&E that have been, it's very helpful. This is not a disaster of their making. They have been excellent to work with. Local supervisors like Rick Barrage, who is still here on Missouri Flat Road, and his group, the input that they have has been a tremendous help in getting the microgrid up into where it is today and where it will be this fall. I can't thank them enough for those efforts. And then, of course, I'd like to thank staff, specifically Pierre Rivas and Rebecca and Nick for their help. They have been able to provide me with background data and a variety of information so that we could clearly identify what PG&E was up to. You might notice in the report that I briefly touched on some of the issues that they're having, public works and the impacts to city engineering with PG&E's permitting process, encroachment permits to go out and do work on city streets and in neighborhoods. Unfortunately, there isn't a local workforce anymore. This work's done by out-of-state contractors. And there is a real disconnect between the courtesy that one would expect from, coming into a neighborhood, closing streets, blocking parking spots, those types of things. And we also discovered there appears to be a discrepancy in their permitting process when it comes to the scenic highway corridor regulations. So I will just leave it at that and be happy to answer any questions you might have. And if there are any other questions regarding the encroachments in the scenic highway corridor, I would direct those perhaps to their city engineer needs. So thank you very much. And I look forward to being able to report again with some additional progress.
Thank you. That was an amazing report, Mark. I really appreciate the thoroughness of it and the details that you bring forward. They're not great. It's not great news for us. Some good news, some bad news, but that seems to be a sign of the times lately. So I guess we can take what we can get. And I know that you have pushed hard to get some of those things through and keep us on their radar, so to speak, to make sure that they know that we're paying attention to what they're doing. And so thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
With that, I would like to see if any other council members would have any questions. Yes, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mark, once again, for all your efforts here, both past and going forward on this project. It's a question on the transmission line. What's the, I know 2022 is probably the earliest we're going to see those automatic switches put in at the substation. Could you, what's the practical effect of that? Does that mean that most of Placerville wouldn't be affected by a PSPS? Or I'm just trying to get a sense of what the switches could do. Because I do think that's a big step, I believe, but I wanted to just see kind of what your understanding is of how that would affect us in a future PSPS.
Thank you, Mr. Siragosa. The transmission is critical in the timing of the length of the outages, and it also, we're very rapidly coming up to the capacity of the microgrid generators. It is finite. With the transmission line energized, the entire substation remains energized, and PG&E has full flexibility throughout their circuits to feed and carry a much broader load. So I wouldn't be surprised that towards the end of this year, we're going to hear from them that they're not going to be able to add much more to the generators or the microgrid system. So that's one of the big reasons. And again, the delay that we definitely have had an overnight delay and a delay of several hours waiting for the transmission line to be cleared during the past 3 PSPS seasons. So timing and ability to carry a full load.
And Mark, does that transmission line cover the totality of Placerville, or is it just that portion down Broadway and Main Street?
It would cover the whole town.
The whole town. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be able to have our whole town, much larger options open to them.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Patty.
Just follow through on that. Explain again, Mark, what they're going to do with that transmission line.
Sure. Good evening, Patty. Nice to see you. What they have planned for this year is to just open it up on an existing station that's been there for about 20 years on Missouri Flat Road. It's automatic. It takes a click of a button on a computer screen. And that line is then de-energized from Missouri Flat Road all the way to Forbay Road.
Okay.
But what they're having the planning works right now is to install a new set of switches at Placerville sub that would allow that same instantaneous, click of a button of a mouse, opening this system at Placerville, and then allowing our substation to be available at full capacity, and we would not need the generator set.
Okay.
Jackie.
Mark, thanks for all your efforts. Really appreciate what you're doing for Placerville. I have a question more on the big picture, and that is, what's the plan? When are the outages going to stop? When is the lines going to be repaired and the facilities upgraded and everything that needs to be done? I'm frustrated as a PG&E customer that my rates seem to keep going up, yet I'm receiving less reliability, less safety. The fire insurance rates are going up. Economic impacts to businesses who can't work when the outages are. I mean, this is a huge thing, and I haven't heard any real plan to fix this. I haven't heard from the CPUC, who should have overseen PG&E for the last years and said, hey, you're not doing your job. I mean, I'm not hearing people talk about the plan. Do you have something?
I could share some observations. Good evening, Councilmember. Now, and Cleve backed me up on this, because again, it's been great having Cleve as a co-attendee with these meetings, because he's also got the number of years of background working with a number of people from PG&E. The work and the efforts that I see them going through right now would indicate to me that they plan to be in this mode for many, many years to come. Some of the automatic switches that they're installing out on streets like Broadway, Willsey, Cedar Ravine, are going to allow more of this click a mouse type operation, so that when they do energize the microgrid, they don't have to send their manpower out to all these individual poles. They can save that and do it automatically from a centralized switching station. That concerns me. Why not fix things instead of they're already counting dollars for future labor expenses. Yes, it is quicker, but it kind of, to me, foretold perhaps at least a decade long effort. There's a real reluctance to get into long-term plans. There is clear to me there are decades of deferred maintenance out there everywhere you look. And it's again, they have reduced their work staff, centralized their operations to try to be more efficient. I think it's backfired. So I don't see it. I don't see a plan that's readily being admitted to right now. I see more long-term. And your observation is absolutely correct. Everybody needs to remember that it is the California Public Utilities Commission that is the ultimate watchdog. And there were obviously inappropriate actions taken with money that's been collected now again for decades. And who that falls to correcting it falls at high levels at the state.
No plan.
No plan that Clint, would you say? We're getting a little bits and pieces.
Yeah, I would back that up. I think most of what we've seen and the plans that they have and the things that they're doing are simply what I'd call a Band-Aid approach to mitigate the effects of PSPS rather than to eliminate PSPS. I haven't really seen much in terms of saying that they're moving toward that. If I could, one other thing I wanted to point out along the lines of what happens when they bring the high voltage line into Placerville, once they get those automatic switches in place. You need to remember that although they can do that, really what that would initially do, my assumption is replace the generators and keep that microgrid on, is all that would still stay on, because of the fact that many lines still run up, older lines run through trees and et cetera. They can still keep those shut down And initially, I think we would be looking at primarily just that microgrid that would stay on at that time. But there may be options for other things. It just depends on, one of the things I learned from this last year is that they actually have manual switches in place right now in Placerville at the substation. But their decision, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, is that they're not going to run manual switches. They'll only do the automatic switches. And I think they somewhat have it set up to run that microgrid. And that is currently what they're set to do. And they wouldn't do any more than that unless they, and it may require additional equipment for them to open up and allow more areas of Placerville to stay energized. But like I say, Mark's my expert on that. He might can comment on that better than I can, but that's my understanding as we currently stand.
No, you're correct, Cleve. It's an operational, it's a business decision to use what they're using now.
Right.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you, Mark. It's so nice to see you at a council meeting again. I was really happy to hear that the genset's coming back. I know when I've asked PG&E, our rep before Sarah, they were pretty non-committal if that was something that we could rely on year after year. So I am relieved to see that. And I was just curious if you have any sense, given the metrics of drought and, the weather that we're experiencing right now, do you have any sense as to whether PG&E is preparing to kind of mobilize for PSPS's way early? I mean, should we be expecting these in July or August this year?
No, you would just like a long range weather forecast.
Yes.
You're better than they are, Mark.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Thank you, Patty. Excellent questions. Appreciate your compliments. Couple of things, and it does touch on something that I had overlooked, and that is their meteorological process. Long range, we're actually about a month early. The forecasting groups that I follow and work with are just now turning from winter, which was a disaster, to fire safety wind events. And so the criteria to answer your question right now, the fuels throughout a great part of the state are already at never before seen levels as far as readiness to burn. There was just enough grass to grow that there's that component in there already. There doesn't seem to be anything to suggest that the wind season will start early. I will be watching for that. That discussion is taking place now. So we should know in about another month whether we need to look at a July or August PSPS. It certainly is possible. I think Cleve may have mentioned there is the pending judge's ruling regarding PG&E's felony probation that they're on for the San Bruno incident and the subsequent guilty verdicts with the Paradise Fire and others. The judge in charge of that case, I believe, was considering much stricter criteria in one scenario based on what one of the judge's contemplated plans would have been. We would have had 45 outages instead of the, Cleve helped me with 9 or 10 that we've had in the past 3 years. So PG&E they were literally sitting on the edge waiting for that decision to come down. Cleve, have you heard anything?
We have not. I had a meeting subsequent to my meeting with Mark and PG&E. Was that last week, Mark, or the week before? Anyway, yeah, a couple of weeks ago. Subsequent to that, I got a call from our representative, Sarah Rashid, asking to talk about that. And unfortunately, she didn't have much information, only stating that the judge had said his primary goal is to save lives. And if that means shutting the power off more, in other words, more PSPS events, then that's what he would do. However, there has not been any further information to define the criteria for that. I'm assuming they will change the criteria so that it requires PG&E to, or allows them to turn the power off more often. So we are waiting to hear that. I want to let everyone know that that's kind of let the public know too. We need to be prepared for that because that could be the case this coming year, that we have more PSPS events, significantly more PSPS events. And also that, just for your information, PG&E is scheduled to be at our next meeting to do a presentation. And that's, hopefully they will provide some information on that. But as far as I know, the judge has not provided a further ruling to determine that that is definitely the case and what that criteria will be.
All right, thank you. Patty.
I have one more question for Mark. You were talking about, and I questioned you about that transmission line, and then you were talking about they make it easier to turn the power back on. But and when we had those power outages and it took so long to get back online, we were told that, at least this is what I remember and what I was told, is that they had to go around and eyeball the lines and make sure that nothing had happened during that wind event. And I know we saw all the little white trucks driving around town. So how is that going to change anything just by having their ability to not turn us off in the first place?
Patty, you're absolutely correct. That's exactly what we saw happening. And there is another behind the scenes group that's specifically trained and tasked to dealing with transmission lines. The folks that deal with the distribution lines up and down our streets are not authorized to go out and inspect the transmission lines. So you've got two separate groups, two separate helicopters, if you will. And there were a couple of times in the past 3 years where we've actually waited for that helicopter to arrive, pick somebody up at Placerville Airport, fly the line, and then turn the transmission line back on. There have been in their protocols where they're not allowed to begin inspecting the lines unless everybody has to go in the correct order. So the potential for extended multi-day outages is very, very real.
Okay.
And to go back to Vice Mayor Taylor's comment, I want to add that I continue to press PG&E to get a meteorologist out here in the field to either serve Amador, El Dorado, Placer, Sierra, Nevada counties individually. With the amount of money and the social economic impacts that this is causing, the reply is, oh, we have reporting stations and we have everybody trained to do weather observations. No. Former Chief Lloyd Ogan from El Dorado County Fire and current chief, they have both provided us with top-notch fire weather data that is not showing our particular part of the Sierra foothills having the types of issues that occur north of us. I will continue to push with PG&E to get a meteorological person out here. They very much follow the command structure that CAL FIRE uses when they respond to a big fire. And PG&E has all their different folks, and everybody wears their hat, so to speak. And weather is one of them. And I do not, the answers that I'm getting versus the reality of what I call the no wind events, which I believe 9 of our 11 PSPS outages have not met their wind, have come nowhere near meeting their wind criteria, because public safety and fire safety are always first. But you have to look at creating emergencies when you shut power off needlessly. So I hope that answers your question, Patty.
All right. Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. And if you have any questions, feel free. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 6.2. This is regarding the presentation by our community utility liaison, Mark Acuna. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, I just want to thank Mr. Acuna for an awesome report. Thank you so much. A lot of great information, and thank you for your service and volunteer. So we got to pay you back somehow, big party or something. So this microgrid and the underground electric was interesting. Does the city, there's a question, does the city have any ordinances in place to force all new electrical construction to be underground? Would that help us going forward to keep businesses and residences on? Potential costs on that. With this microgrid and undergrounding of utilities, I imagine is going to be tearing up the streets. Question is, who's going to pay for those street repairs? Is it going to be us and our tax dollars, or will PG&E pay for those road repairs when they trench? How's the city progressing on the other utility, and will they be able to stop these power outages at all, or is it still PG&E? So is there any action the city council can take to improve or speed up the ending of power outages with these slight breezes, like empowering the fire department to report actual on the ground local weather to PG&E or CAL FIRE? Is there anything city council can do to help alleviate the problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Brian, go ahead.
Mark Acuna, wow, really great presentation. That was super good. My question is, I called in last time about this topic, and I wanted to just reiterate by perhaps switching our utility for the city to CCA, community controlled aggregate, then it would still be using the PG&E infrastructure. That's true, but it would all be done through a separate utility, and there would be probably some extra abilities to energize our lines, especially if they're underground. Even the ones that are not underground, because you're going through a different utility system, they have a means of being able to energize the lines with their system, since they're not super overwhelmed as PG&E would be. Since if there was a wind event that took place in a far away from Placerville, Placerville is still going to be impacted by it because of how energy flows. If we are on a CCA, then we are going to be on a different customer layout. So we would be a direct customer of, Pioneer is a good CCA that's local. They're great. So they would be able to come out and energize those lines if it was only strictly a specific area instead of an entire region. And so I just urge, Mark and Cleve to check that out. If you guys wanted to chat later about it or whatnot, I've been in the energy business for about 13 years, and I specialize in renewable resources, CCAs, and infrastructure. So you guys are doing a great job. That was an awesome presentation. I look forward to hearing more. Thanks.
Thank you. Brian.
Michael, go ahead.
Hello, Michael. Looks like you are muted still.
I'm sorry, do I have my hand up? If I do, I'm stupid, and I apologize.
Well, I wouldn't call you stupid, but your hand was up. So,
Okay, this is the first time on the Zoomy thing, so there.
Not a problem.
Is that right?
Oh, there you
we
put it
go.
up again. All right.
No, oh, it's down. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
All right.
All right. Moving on.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be speaking later about the tragedy of one of the least of our Placerville citizens that was hit and run and killed Friday night on Broadway. But just a question or two on this. You admirably had another electric supplier from Placer County, and you had him come speak at council. Can we escape the clutches of the Pharaoh? No matter whatever the new combination of yes, you can go, but leave your wives, or yes, your people can go, but leave your children, or your wives and children can go, but you have to leave your cattle. In other words, I don't trust PG&E any farther than we can throw them. And so what is the progress? Good presentation, but can double talk circles around all of us combined. So what is the progress in escaping to another electricity provider? And secondly, I don't hear anything about the poor, like the lady that I heard at Upper Rum, there was an electric shutoff, there was no wind, and she lost her entire month's groceries. She was older, she was handicapped, she was on public assistance. I see him in at 7, so I won't pull this out. What are we going to do about those that lose their groceries that don't have the alternate electricity source, the generator? Or do we just say, tough luck, Charlie? That's not at all like the city of Placerville. It's not like any one of you. And it's not like you, Brother Acuna, either. We have to make some allowance for that ahead of the event. And then finally, in the event of a fire, as the ultimate tragedy in paradise, are we preparing for PG&E to leave us stranded, and we have adequate city-run generators to provide the adequate escape routes? That's all for now. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark Acuna, for that report. And I really appreciate you being an advocate for us and giving it your best efforts to represent us. Thank you. I wanted to say that I really agree with City Council Member Jackie No, on the what's the plan. Can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And I think we all know when we take a step back that the infrastructure is crumbling with PG&E. That's no secret. So after many years of neglect, etc. So I'm wondering, being a business owner on the south side of the street, 2 years ago, having lost 7 days of business in October, which is tough, 7 full days. Might we think, and I don't really know the technical aspects of this, but might we think proactively of, on the south side, finding a way to put our lines underground, if that's what the issue is? I know there's many issues, but I know that the north side doesn't have lines overhead. And I think that's what makes the south side of Main Street more at risk. I'm sure there's other issues as well. So I just wondered if we might consider that in some kind of bond issue, or I have no idea how the money would be raised for it. Merchants putting money in, I have no idea. The city. The last thing, Mark, I think that would be help to clarify for all of us is, every time this happens, people say there is no wind here. But my understanding was, if there is wind along the way from where the power is being generated to getting to us, that's what the problem is. And I'd like you to say if that's the case, because it's not so much if we have to look beyond our little neck of the woods and see why this is happening, even though, there's hardly a breeze here. I mean, I want us to be safe. I don't want this to be another Paradise fire or another Santa Rosa fire. And I think that our little historic town is could go up quickly. And so I have concerns there too. So thank you very much for all you've done to help us. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ruth. All right. Seeing no more hands up, we're going to go ahead and close public comment on this item. There were a couple of questions, and the one of probably most interest is can we get out of the grasp of PG&E when it comes to the PSPS? If we go with the CCA or other utility provider in terms of the electrical, can we get out of that? Because my understanding is no matter what we do, we're still going to have to use PG&E utilities and assets to get the electricity to us.
Yeah, that's correct. As you recall, we did make a run, a short run, I would say, to try and get into SMUD, which would have helped with the situation. That was not successful. They were not interested in annexing El Dorado County area into their district. The other thing I want to mention quickly is regarding Pioneer CCA. We are still in that process. I think you mentioned previously that Councilmember Saragosa is on that board, and we are in that. The soonest that we could actually join in terms of the individual businesses, residents, et cetera, is January of 2022. There's a 1-year waiting period after we submit to the PUC for approval. So that's the very earliest. And then there may be some other, just so you know, there may be some other issues related to that startup. And I don't know, Mike, if you have anything further to add to that, you can. But the other thing I want to mention regarding that is that does not prevent us from having a PSPS. The current Pioneer CCA has plans to try to create some generation of energy, but they do not, to my knowledge, they do not currently own any generation facilities. And that's what it would take, would be for them to have that, to be able to generate their own energy, to be able to get out of potentially PSPS. And then even on top of that, they would have to create a microgrid the same way that PG&E creates the microgrid in order to separate out individual areas in order to do that. And so there's quite a process. I hate to be negative about it, but there is quite a process still for any type of microgrid to be able to happen under that scenario. So.
Yeah, I'll just add, thank you, Cleve. I'll just add, this did come up at our last Pioneer board meeting, and, the staff at Pioneer are working through through the CPUC, the legislature, as well as with PG&E directly to try to mitigate some of these PSPS events, even if we're not sort of fully fledged members yet, if you will. I do think that there is some good efforts going on there, and I do think that there's strength in numbers when it comes to Pioneer knocking on PG&E's door versus just Placerville on its own, or the county of El Dorado on its own. They do have some really good relationships there. I don't know that, I think to Mark's presentation, I think we have to expect the worst for this upcoming PSPS season, and then looking at 2022 as our, maybe our line in the sand, if you will. I think we have to have everything on the table, whether that's litigation, and looking to other municipalities and businesses that are being affected by this, to, looking at bonding issues for our area. All those things got to be looked at, because we are looking at years of PSPS events otherwise. And so while we might mitigate some of it in 2022 with some of PG&E's efforts, as mentioned, I think by several of you, they're Band-Aids. And so, we got to keep doing the Band-Aids until we can get a more final solution. But this isn't going to be, it's going to be solved with big ideas, not, at the end of the day.
There were a couple of other questions. I don't know if you'd like me to answer those now, Mayor. I can't.
Yes, please. Let's go ahead and wrap it up.
So there were questions about doing undergrounding. Yeah, that is a possibility. Actually, PG&E has an underground program. It's called the Rule 20 program, in which we get credits towards doing our own undergrounding. We did a rather large undergrounding project as part of the Highway 50 project, which put us in the negative. I think we're somewhere around $250,000 in the negative right now in our credits. So it makes it difficult for us to do any kind of a undergrounding project on our own at this time. But we do continue to monitor that and look for options. They've been working on some potential changes to the Rule 20 program, and may afford some opportunities for us. I wanted to mention regarding the south side of Main Street. Now, PG&E did mention that they are looking at options to be able to do something with the south side of Main Street. And they requested that if we have a project to do anything in Reservoir Alley, that we notify them and potentially allow, some sort of joint trench project through there if we were doing any kind of utilities in the alley. So there may be some opportunities there that could underground that line and potentially add something there. So that's regarding I believe Ms. Michelson requested what could be done there. And that's what it would require, my understanding is for that line running above Reservoir Alley to be undergrounded to power those. Mark, can you add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Cleve. I thought about that comment from that meeting and then thought about Rebecca and her engineering staff, and they wouldn't want anything to do with being a part of a power trench. Primary voltage does not belong in a water or sewer trench. Right. The only savings might be in paving. They would have to be 6 feet away, preferably 10 feet away in separate trenches and crossing with very clear, so it's a nice offer, but I don't think it was well thought out. Also, there's not a tremendous expense, but a definite expense to all those businesses to convert those buildings to underground service from overhead. So right. Lengthy process. Oddly, I'm sure that back when 1964, when they undergrounded the utilities on that part of Main Street, all of the businesses on the north side suffered those expenses and had to buy in to the underground district. While all the businesses on the south side did not have to incur those electrical expenses, hire electricians, get permits, trench. So I don't doubt that there was some glee at the time that they weren't in the underground district, because it's definitely a hassle. It's definitely a hassle for the property owners. It is an expense. So isn't it ironic now in 2021, they want to underground that, and it's sad that they didn't back in 1964. So if I could just add to reinforce what Cleve has said, going to any other kind of a utility does not eliminate the PSPS. Buying PG&E system, you are buying a system that is many years lack of maintenance, so you're buying an inferior product if the city was to consider that. So it has put all of our communities in a very interesting position that the utility has been allowed to avoid doing this work for many, many years, and it made itself an unviable product. Really, who would want to buy? Just as SMUD very clearly expressed to us that they had no desire in buying a PG&E system in the condition that it currently is in. So it's a bad used car, and it's a serious situation. I shouldn't make light of it, because it's someone should be answering for why this was allowed to happen.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Any further questions before we move on? Nope, seeing none. Mark, thank you so much for your presentation. As people have noted, it was very useful and helpful to help us wrap our head around what we're going into this year. And again, I just can't thank you enough for your effort and what you're doing for the city.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the kind comments from staff and council and the public. And I'm working on this continuously, and I should have an update for you somewhere around July.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mark.
All right. It is 6 o'clock, and we have a time certain event for 6 o'clock, and that is our public comment part of the agenda. And so I'm going to move, let's see, where are we at? Give me just a moment there. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 8, time certain 6 p.m. Public comment on non-agendized items. And this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. State law prohibits the council from acting on items not listed on the agenda, except by special action of the city council under specific circumstances. The mayor reserves the right to limit the speaker's time to 3 minutes. You are not allowed to make personal attacks on individuals or make comments which are slanderous or which may invade an individual's personal privacy. Along those lines, we have another agenda item coming up, which is going to be speaking specifically to the speaking specifically to the name Old Hangtown and the name Old Dry Diggins. And so with that, we won't be talking about those two items at this moment in time. However, Anything else is opened up for public comment at this time. Now, Ms. O'Connell, if you would help me out, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with Jane McGinnis. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
There we go. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Jane.
I just wanted to bring this in front of all of us so that we are aware of it. Ron Amaral was hit and killed by a hit and run driver on Friday evening. And I wanted to just note that speed limit changes are really useless, I think, in the face of such cold irresponsibility. I will speak to this later when we reach item 10.1, but for now, I just wanted to let you all know something about Ron. I knew him. I liked him very much. He was a quiet man, a sweet man. He had a real poet's soul. Ron lived a life that didn't allow for many of the things that we think of as desirable or needful, but he didn't resent anyone or anything because of that. He was not an addict. He did not have mental illness. He was not angry. Many people are going to miss him. And I truly believe that he stepped out of a difficult life straight into the arms of God. I look forward to seeing him again someday. So to those who never got to know him, he might have just been another faceless, homeless person. But to those who knew him, he is irreplaceable. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear me out on this. He was a lovely, lovely man.
Jane, thank you very much for sharing that, your thoughts on that. I really do appreciate it. And it's a sad day when anybody dies, especially in those circumstances. So thank you for sharing your story, Jane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ellie Jones, go ahead.
Hello. First of all, I would like to extend my condolences to everyone who's mourning the loss of a community member today. I know that that's really hard. And so I just want you all to know that my heart is with you. My comment is really more of a question to the council. And I'm just wondering if the council or the city police have any intention on making a public statement regarding the nooses that have been found in town since the vote to remove the noose at the last meeting. So I would love to have an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Allie.
Brian, go ahead.
Good evening, Colin again. This is on behalf of the PDA, Brian Chase, president. My question is that the PDA has sought to do more downtown events on Main Street for 2021, either street closures or non-street closures, just depending on what the current temperature is with COVID regulations and health and safety. And we made a request with Terry Zeller, and it was told to me by Terry that it was going to go through the city council. So I had an ex parte meeting with Mayor Thomas, and I was informed that the city council is not inclined to grant any permissions for doing any more downtown events that require road closures or any other closures, or even just taking up any kind of parking spots because of everything's already been slated for the year. The other part that was a little concerning was that PDA is currently in a lawsuit with the city, and that we are not allowed to do any events while that lawsuit is still pending. And so that came as a shock, since that is just part of the normal business that the PDA takes into consideration while defending its merchant members. And so I wanted to kind of get a clear understanding of that. But it's my understanding at this moment that there are no new events allowed within the Central Business District for 2021, since all the events that were decided in 2019 have been already slated. And so I just want to understand if that is the case, and that's the reason why the PDA is not being allowed to do any events, then I really would like an answer on that. Thank you.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. These are the words of Ron Amaral in a poem that he wrote for the Transient newspaper. The Battle Within by Ron Amaral. I am fighting a battle no one can see. The battle is raging deep within me. A battle I battle at the edge of my mind. I fear going too deep for what I might find. In a world of the past that left me behind blindly, I walk through these streets. Now, he walked Placerville and Upper Broadway for the last 5 years. He was not a transient coming in from out of county and leaving county. Looking for someone I meet who would take away all the pain of defeat and whose truth would overpower deceit. But as for the battle that rages deep from within, I know it is a battle I will never win. Although my mask I wear, it's impossible to see. The battle rages deep, deep, deep within me. It is darker than any other road, perhaps in the county, with dangerous curves. 5 people at least have been hit in the last decade, according to some of our less citizens in the county. I want to ask, with a point in time count of 500 homeless, yes, we had Hangtown Haven 9 years ago. Churches stepped up where the county and city should have stepped in 8 years ago. We had the Armory a year ago, but we talked our way out of it. Point in time count, 20% are in the Tahoe Basin. That's 100 people. Why is it Tahoe Coalition has already opened 3 motels for the homeless and almost reached 0 homeless reality? Whereas we have 80% of the homeless on the western slope, that's 400 homeless. And we're slowly moving toward a Pollock Pines motel that has 26 rooms. We've got to realistically look at the crisis. A week ago Tuesday, federal court judge David Carter, the Central Federal District of California, ordered the city and county of Los Angeles to house the entire debacle of Skid Row by October 18th, with $1 billion fund that they have in escrow. We've got to look beyond Pollock Pines. It's good. Let's move on that. We've got to think of a navigation center. I want to encourage you to Google navigation center. Take a 360 tour of navigation centers in San Francisco. I see my time is up. You can see in detail the beauty of what has been created as a navigation center, not a drop-in or a walk-in center with accompanying services. Thank you for listening. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just kind of be a little bit philosophical, and then I'll get into the main meat of what I'm calling about. The philosophical part is, and this does have to do with the nooses around town that have popped up on the courthouse steps and on the bike trail and various other places, since you all made the decision to take the noose off of your the public property of Placerville. And what I wanted to say is, you know, each of us as individuals, we make so many decisions every day as to what we will do and what we will say and how we will present ourselves. That's how we define who we are. And groups as well do the same thing. They decide what the rules are, whether it be your church, whether it be the school, whether it be a sports club, whether it be a city council, a board. And all those groups decide what the culture will be and what the rules will be and how they want to present themselves to the world. And my concern about all these nooses popping up around town is that actually there's been a lack of statements. And in the Mountain Democrat, there was a quote, maybe not a direct quote, but a statement from our police chief saying that he would not investigate the noose over the bike trail because it might not be a threat. It might not be a sign of a terrorist type of a threat, because since we're talking about history these days, it might just be a representation of history. And I thought that was frankly preposterous. And how can you even make that supposition without doing investigation? And I want to really encourage that this be taken seriously, all these nooses be taken seriously. If there is intent for malice, I'm not a lawyer, but if there is intent of malice, Civil Code 11411 says that you can go to jail and you can get a very stiff fine for putting up a noose on public property. And without investigation, how can we come to the conclusion whether or not there was malice? And I know that you have, that the police chief works, I believe, under your auspices. And I would like you to encourage the police chief to investigate these nooses around town. This is a culture that we're deciding on. We're going through some growing pains right now. And I think what you choose to do or choose not to do will make a very big impact. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ruth.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so I want to thank you all for the brand new road in front of my place, but the city has created an attractive nuisance. What was a bombed out road where people went 20 miles an hour, it is now back to a drag strip, and it's getting very dangerous. I mean, the speeds out here are insane. Speed limit's 35, it's semi-residential. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these cars are going 80 miles an hour. So I'm pleading with you, please do some speed enforcement. You can probably help pay for some of the road and a little driver education on, I know you all came from Mosquito behind a real slow car and now you're trying to make up time, but please don't do it in a residential zone. So if you can just like do a little bit of speed enforcement out here and get the word out to please slow down in this little strip. Also, another pavement thing is the Highway 50 eastbound in the area of the new on-ramp at the Western Placerville Drive interchanges. For some reason, the fast lane is half paved, and the curve of the road, I went through there in the dark, and it almost hitting those two different levels of pavement almost threw me into the concrete center divider. It really scared me. I don't know why it's half paved, and it's created a serious problem. So please get on Caltrans to alleviate that problem if it's going to be going on for months and months.
Thank you, Michael.
And I think the city needs to have a massive 4th of July party downtown just to celebrate reopening, get everybody out here, make some money. And so hopefully, I don't know what's planned for 4th of July, but I would love to see a citywide party. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Elizabeth Dubose, it's your turn.
Hello, Lizzie. Lizzie, are you there?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if there's an issue on my end. I'm allowing her to speak, but it doesn't seem to be taking.
Okay. We could circle back around to that one. Does that work? Or
Sure, we can try that. I'll go to Kathy Lishman. Go ahead.
thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Thomas and members of the council. I had the opportunity today to sit in and listen to the joint meeting between the Board of Supervisors and the South Lake Tahoe City Council about the 56-acre project. There's a reason that I'm bringing this to your attention, because we need to develop some kind of a project between us and El Dorado County. The project is a collaboration between the City of South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, and the California Tahoe Conservancy to create a signature recreation and civic space in the heart of South Lake Tahoe. The county owns 40.87 acres and the city owns 15.48 acres. And those acres were given to the county in 1970, to the city in 1973 by the county. All these years, there's been a campground out there and the city has gotten all of the revenue, not the county. And the reason that I'm saying this has to do a little between the recent working relationship between the city and the county on downtown. They got Prop 68 funds of $425,000 to develop a master plan for that area. And what's happening now is that probably on March 4th, the county is going to negotiate with the city to buy the property. But it's a huge project. And I'll tell you at the end why I'm bringing this up. It has community and civic spaces. Right now, the city hall is at the airport in South Lake Tahoe. So they're going to move city hall and government facilities. They're going to have a main street going through the property, open space, trails, recreation, a library, aquatic center. They have some things there, but they will be changed now. A cultural center, civic service, parking, ice arena, camping, and a multi-generational center. The population of South Lake Tahoe is double what we are. We have more county facilities within our city than they do. They probably have a huge staff in South Lake Tahoe, and they probably have a huge budget, way bigger than ours. But now is the time to plan for the future. My idea, and this is silly, I'm just thinking of it now, is the money that the county gets for selling that property to the city should go to our community to build a multi-generational center, a senior center, and also a recreational center for the city where we have our own gym. And so I just want to bring that up to you tonight, that it's never too late. The city is always reacting to things, and we absolutely need to start planning for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So in addition to my open public comment, I'm also offering my condolences to the family and friends who lost a loved one on Friday, April 23rd. I just wanted to take this time to reintroduce myself to some people who are just now joining into these city council meetings, as I and the community organizers have been working on this for quite some time now. My name is Elizabeth Ann DeBose. I'm 27 years old. I am a 17-year resident in El Dorado County. I am a student. I work in the admin department for an environmental services company. I am an artist, and I am an activist, community organizer, and event planner. I took my role as an activist within this community in the wake of the death and murder of George Floyd, with the goal to establish myself as an independent political light leader in the city of Placerville. As of April 13th, 2021, the goal to remove the noose from the city seal, city property, and stationery was made into a reality. With 9 to 10 months of successful campaigning, hitting the streets, and following all legal pathways of action, this dream to prepare the city for a brighter and just future was made possible. And for that, City Council members No, Saragosa, Borelli, Vice Mayor Taylor, and Mayor Thomas, thank you for believing in me, trusting the process, and understanding why this movement is so important to the Black, Indigenous, people of color in your community. I will be calling back in for section 12.1, and I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Margie Lopez Reed, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the city council members for your action last meeting, where you did remove that symbol of vigilante injustice from the city emblem. And that took a lot of courage. And I listened to every single one of your closing statements, and I really I was very moved by it, and I want to thank you for that. But I do want to hearken back to what Ruth was saying about the nooses that are cropping up throughout downtown, as it's almost like after that happened, nooses started popping up here and there. And I know for a fact that 2 of them were located such that people that were actively, opposed to the noose either work or live close to those, easily within sight of it. So I think it deserves some kind of investigation, as opposed to just saying, well, it could be this or it could be that. It could be something benign, or maybe it wasn't a threat. And I personally perceived it as something that was threatening. So that's it. I just, I don't want to say anything more, because I do appreciate what you did very, very much. But I think that is worth doing a little bit extra work on also. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
Caller with the last 3 numbers, 525, go ahead.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan, and I wanted to echo what I'm hearing from other folks in terms of appreciation for your leadership through a long process, appreciated your patience and your example of civil discussion and growth in awareness, and especially ending with an historical presentation. I just want to suggest that, like playing on the PDA motto, that an awful lot of great glitter was created, and I think it's a golden opportunity to use some of those ideas to continue the process to refresh the logo. It is very old. The Placerville Police Department refreshed theirs. I heard artists commenting that they would be willing to do so. And I know there's a lot of negativity out in the community. Unfortunately, change can be hard. And I think that starting some sort of process from these glittering golden opportunities could be very beneficial in bringing the community together, if everybody sees that there is so much value that can be symbolized in the logo that we can all unify around. And thank you again for providing an example of unifying civic leadership.
Thank you, Leo.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Well, I'll offer you, as you might expect, a contrary view. Because if you were trying to avoid a dumpster fire, you've got quite a firestorm that you helped to create. My concern is not how you voted as much as it was not the vote, but how you went about it. Because of all the explanations you could find for the history of the nickname Hangtown, you came up with one vision from an author who had the book called Murder State, the history of genocide in California. There were a number of errors, but you could have provided a number of different perspectives, but you didn't. And you had just one. If the purpose of this, as it was described from previous callers, had to do with George Floyd, tell me one thing on that page, the El Dorado Progressives, that has said anything about the specifics of legislation to provide police reform. There's legislation pending in Congress. There was legislation pending in the state legislature last year, and it died. You may have had a dozen persons who wrote about it, but did you have anyone discuss the specific? If you had just an ounce of the energy put into that, you might have had some substance accomplished. But instead you looked one person who represents the city's official view of the history of that emblem. And that one of the same persons who recommended it to you yesterday made a post telling that they were seeking to take away that symbol from the Make America Great constituency. So you have people on one side that are pro-Trump, the other side are anti-Trump. What did you expect? It's just very disappointing, and I think you really let folks down. You had a chance to do something. Now there are a lot of death threats. There's threats to steal property, things of that kind. So you've got quite a firestorm that you've helped to create. I thought having a presentation on the history of the place could have taken out some of that steam, but you get some of the same misrepresentations of that history repeated over and over. So I'm not happy, and I think that's what you've got is quite a firestorm. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that what Chief Wren said, that the nooses were not a hate crime or whatever, but if we're gonna investigate that, let's investigate the threats made by Black Lives Matter El Dorado County against the public house. We highly recommend, this is quote, we highly recommend they reconsider keeping the hanging man outside of their establishment. We will see you on the sidewalk in front of your pub if George hangs there. They've been gloating in the fact that they were able to manipulate and threaten you guys to remove the noose. And now, as Kurt said, it is a firestorm. Within 24 hours, it was hashtag what's next, because what you essentially did is you put a target on 150 plus businesses who have the name Hanktown. You put a target on their back. And it is a real shame that you didn't let this go to a vote. People felt that they were not heard. In your minutes, it said that there were several letters regarding the noose. We all know that there were more than several letters. Why they're not posted in the minutes is beyond me. April 6th was the last time you guys posted letters for an April 13th meeting. All those letters, public comment, should have been posted. And I think that's very unfair. And now we have to do a public records request just to get those letters that were written in for and against the news. So I'm really sad, and I'm very nervous for our businesses that are now being targeted by Black Lives Matter, Lizzie Dubois and Michelle Green. I think that it's a shame, and you didn't really listen to your constituents. And this is definitely a nonpartisan thing. So good luck with that, you guys. Bad decision.
Thank you, Mandy.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I'm not going to address the last comments because I'm just not. But anyway, Council, I did want to thank you for the decision that you made, at the last meeting. I do understand that this is, very emotional for people in the community, regardless of which side you fall. So I know that it was difficult for you guys. I'm sure that you guys are taking heat and it's not comfortable, but I do appreciate you for doing the right thing. That being said, I was hoping that Chief Wren might still be on the call because this really is for him. Chief, I spoke with one of your commanders a few days ago just regarding the nooses that have come up, in the community lately. Other community members have spoken to that. But I wanted to know kind of if they had been investigated. I was told that they had, and I'm not going to go into all the details of the conversation, but what was said was that you guys had a meeting about what type of public comment, what statement you were going to make about the nooses. And that was a few days ago. I still haven't seen a public comment made by the police department. And I think it's really important that they do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 368, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
I just want to offer my support in response to the last couple of callers who seem to be pointing fingers at you for a decision that you made. And I don't think I'm saying anything new, but you're not responsible for the actions of people in response to the decisions that you take as a city council. And as Councilmember Taylor said in her summary, you have a lot to decide and considerations that you have to make that are not necessarily known by the public. And I thought your comments were very clear and concise, and they were reasonable, and I applaud you for that. And I appreciate that you took the time to hear a lot of public comment. And I really liked the way, Mr. Mayor, that you set up a 1-minute time limit to allow people to have their voices heard and do that clearly. And you all mentioned that you took that into consideration and you did it very responsibly. And I just want to thank you for that. Regardless of what choice you made, you were respectful to listen to the public on both sides and all sides, and you made your decision. And that's your decision and your responsibility as a city council. You have issues that you're responsible for that we as citizens don't have responsibility for. And that's why you're there. So I thank you for what you did and how you did it. And I'm hopeful to talk to you again about another issue tonight. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike Munoz, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, Mike, you bet.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the city council for taking the vote they did on the noose. I think it was a brave thing to do, and it's what I expect from government, and that's to make hard decisions. So I know this decision wasn't easy, and I probably would have been unhappy if it went the other way, but at least you made a decision. I'm proud of you for that. In regard to the nooses that are hanging around town, if this isn't dealt with, you're just emboldening, not you, but the police and the people who are supposed to be protecting the public are allowing these people to become bolder. This is a tough town. We all think about it as a nice community, but when you think about the idea of a noose and that we're having this discussion and that news media all over the world is watching Placerville in regard to this matter, it's probably not an easy position for you guys to be in. But I would like to say there are hundreds of Spanish-speaking people in this town. They're very quiet, and they don't come out, but they work in the vineyards, they work in the orchards. They do work nobody else will do. Nobody expects their kids to grow up and work in the fields, yet these people come here to make a living, and they serve us well. So I think if you're thinking of only of Black Lives Matter and the people who live here, I hope you consider the Spanish-speaking people, because they do us a great service, and I appreciate what you've done. You've done us a great service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, seeing no further hands up, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. We're going to address a couple of, normally we don't address comments made, but there was a couple of comments that I believe deserve some clarification and some addressing. I'm going to start with one here real quick. When it comes to PDA and the conversation I had with Brian Chase, the president of PDA, I did not make any statements on behalf of the city or make any statements that would imply that I know what the city council would do or would choose to do if posed a question regarding events downtown. I did tell him the fact that PDA is suing the city and that's an issue. And events as if we were going to have events downtown, I did say that it would certainly be part of the conversation, but I did not say that it would be a deal breaker or that it would. I told him it would be part of the conversation. That was the end of the conversation. So I don't like being misquoted. I don't appreciate that, and so I needed to clear that up. With that said, I will only be communicating with that person via email so that all communication is preserved and accurate instead of over a phone. with that, I would like to ask Chief if he could address some of the Chief Bryn, if he could address some of these concerns regarding the noose and what your position is on this, if you could help us out there.
You got it. Sorry about that. I internet kicked me off there for a little bit, so I had to actually watch a little bit of it on YouTube to understand what some of the questions were. I'm not sure where this rumor got circulated that the police department does not investigate any incident in the city of Placerville. We're one of the few police departments in the state of California that if you call us, we respond regardless of what the issue is to try to see if we can help. Concerning the news specifically, that is considered a hate symbol under certain circumstances. That's outlined in our policy section 320, which is available on the internet, and folks can review that and see what our response is. We've responded to every incident that has been called into us since last week, and we've investigated every incident. Now, what we've told them at the completion of the investigation, the reporting parties, were that none of the ones that were on display met the elements of the crime. The elements are the ingredients of the crime. If they're not there, they're not there. It's like giving somebody a bunch of turkey and say, make me a steak dinner out of it. It's not there. I never spoke to the Democrat. I heard Ms. Michelson say that, so I'm not sure where. They must have talked to the PIO, but nevertheless, that's coming out of my department. I'm not sure what other questions there were.
I think you hit it. I think that our community wants to know that our police department is taking this seriously, and that they are heard when they call regarding a noose, and there's a noose hanging up in a tree, on a telephone line, or somewhere, and you respond to it, that you will respond and you will investigate according to your policies.
I do want to share with you all the incidents that were reported last week. Were we never saw the physical news. We only saw pictures because people took pictures and decided to put it on social media and make it run its course through there before we even got notified. And then by that time, the nooses were either removed or not there any longer. So if people see a crime, call the police department. Facebook's not going to come down here and investigate these incidents. We are. So let us know, give us an opportunity. If there's a crime in the city of Placerville and we find the person responsible, we're going to hold them accountable. End of story. So folks out there that think this is a joke, placing these symbols, if they are doing them for the purpose of intimidating, they're going to be held accountable. So I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Chief Bryn. And again, I know that Ron Amaral's death was mentioned, and I want to mention it just one more time that it's a sad day when that happens. I know that we investigated that, and that's something that's ongoing. And did you have anything to add to that, Joe?
No, we do have some leads. I don't want to share too much. I would encourage the person responsible to present themselves to the police department or any other law enforcement and cooperate with the investigation.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a hit and run accident where the vehicle left the scene and was not present at the scene when the police arrived. So with that said, let's see, I don't see any further ones. I do like the idea of a 4th of July party. So maybe we can noodle that around sometime. So with that said, give me just a second here. We kind of we need to go back in our agenda to our consent calendar, item 7. And let's see, all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote, unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of a resolution will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Yes.
I'll make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Okay, just a second.
I want to make a correction first.
Okay, well,
On 7.1B, it notes Michael Saragosa and Jackie No is voting yes for an item that they both recused themselves from. So we just need to correct those and say that we abstained from that vote.
All right. Any further changes? If we can get would you be willing to amend your motion there, Mike?
I will amend my motion and thank you, Jackie.
All
I'll
right.
second.
All right.
I'll amend my second.
All right, thank you very much. And we will go ahead and open this up for public comment. Ms. O'Connell.
Public comment is now open for item 7, the consent calendar. I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Regina. All right, if we can get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor. Sorry,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye, thank you. All right, moving on to, so we've done public comment item number 8. We're going to move on to item number 9, items pulled for consent calendar. There are none. Item 10, ordinances. Introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Title 9 of the Placerville Municipal Code Traffic, Chapter 2 Traffic Regulations, Section 1 Speed Restrictions. And this is Ms. Neve is going to share with us everything about this.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This item before you this evening is, as Mayor mentioned, an introduction and waiver of the first reading for an ordinance amending the municipal code as it relates to traffic and speed regulations, particularly on Broadway. As City Council is aware, construction of the Upper Broadway Bike Lanes and Pedestrian Connection Project occurred during 2020, and through this project, substantial and fundamental changes in operational character were made to Broadway from Schnell School Road to Point View Drive. Prior to this project, pedestrian and bicycle use of Broadway was highly discouraged for many reasons. Broadway did not support bicycle or pedestrian facilities for majority of the project limit length, nor did it have an adequate shoulder to accommodate them informally should it be needed. For many years, staff received concerned comments from the public when a pedestrian or bicyclist was using Broadway, and the stories of near misses accumulated along with a fatality on Broadway several years prior. The city received funding for improvements, and it included road widening to accommodate a new dedicated Class 2 bike lane in the eastbound direction, along with select locations for sidewalks, and a new Class 3 bike route in the westbound travel lane shared with the vehicles. Other improvements included utility repairs and replacements and significant paving on the roadway, bringing the roadway pavement condition index to 85 or higher. With this change in character, the city felt compelled to verify post-construction speeds on Broadway and evaluate them based on the requirements set forth by the California Vehicle Code. Speed surveys had been conducted throughout the project planning and final design process. Once construction was complete and the road was reopened to free flow of traffic, engineering staff conducted a speed survey on March 5th of this year, and those results are summarized in a memo attached to staff's report. Speed of a road by law and as further outlined by the California Manual for Setting Speed Limits is set based on the 85th percentile of drivers on that segment, and then by rounding to the nearest 5 miles per hour. The agency governing the roadway then has the ability to further round to the nearest 5 miles per hour where there are roadside conditions not readily apparent, which may include vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians, to name a few. Per the data collected on March 5th, the average 85th percentile speed was 42 miles per hour, which places the speed at 40 miles per hour. However, based on the change of character road as previously described, staff further recommends that the additional reduction of 5 miles per hour be applied in this case. This would result in a posted and enforceable speed limit of 35 miles per hour on Broadway for this limited segment. The justification in speed reduction not only rests with the data, but also with public safety and use of this segment of the roadway. As the public is aware, and as discussed this evening, there is a significant encampment within this segment of Broadway, and it lends itself to regular bicycle and pedestrian activity. To further support the justification, as also discussed, tragically, a fatality of a pedestrian occurred on April 23rd of this year, just last Friday. Now that the project improvements actually encourage bicycle and pedestrian use, coupled with a smoother road to drive, which does encourage faster speeds, Reducing the speed limit to a lower and safer speed is imperative and necessary also for enforcement. Staff is introducing this as an amendment to the traffic ordinance to reduce the speed limit on Broadway from 800 feet east of Smith Flat Road to Point View Drive to 35 miles per hour, and request to waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Title IX of the Placerville Municipal Code, Chapter 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 1, Speed Restrictions. This concludes my verbal report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Wow, thank you very much, Rebecca. Does anybody have any questions at this time for Rebecca? All right, seeing none. Ms. O'Connell, if you would help us out by opening up public comment.
All right, public comment is now open for item 10. This is regarding the traffic ordinance. We'll start with Jane McGinnis. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have gone through the attachments, the maps, and I am the first one to tell you I am not Rebecca. I am not even close to Rebecca, but 35 years in property management, working with traffic in and around shopping centers and apartment properties. I have enough to be able to look at this and say, wait a second, let me just ask a few questions. First of all, we have a dedicated but small police force in Placerville. We don't have the kind of numbers they have in Sacramento. And these ladies and gentlemen have to cover a wide area. We do not have the luxury of having a patrol car parked somewhere around the old bus station to see if we can find speeders. But what we do have now with this beautiful improvement that has been done, we got the Motor City Speedway. We had it before and now it's even worse. And I have been doing a lot of driving up and down Upper Broadway, looking at the idea of providing some transport for some of the homeless people to the upper room when it's 95 degrees. And so I've become very familiar with the distances and the curves. And there are two long blind curves in the exact 1 mile from the dollar store to the upper room. Because of that, even at 30 miles an hour, you have to go around these curves carefully because somebody could very easily be in front of you trying to cross the street and you wouldn't see them until you were almost on them. Having said that, I think we can also acknowledge, because of the tragedy on Friday and the no-show of the driver, there are some people who frankly don't care. But I have read the report. I understand what you're asking for and what you're thinking about. And here's what I would like to ask you to do. Could you go back and talk to one another about speed bumps? There is nothing that frustrates speeders as much as speed bumps, and I think that's exactly what we want to do. There are speed bumps made of concrete and asphalt that denigrate over time, but there are also hard plastic and rubber that last a long time, that are easily movable, that do not cost that much to install. Sounds like not much, but probably Rebecca won't think it's much and the rest of you will be horrified, but it's about $5,000 per speed bump. But you don't need the entire mile because the first blind curve doesn't start until just short of Smith Flat Road. You would only need about half a mile in each direction. They're usually placed 275 feet apart. It causes the vehicle to slow down to between 10 and 15 miles an hour to avoid damage. And then over that next 275 feet, they can only make it up to about 28 miles an hour before they come to the next speed bump. So instead of having a law that says you can't go more than 35 miles an hour and having to post a patrolman there to stop the speeders, we could put speed bumps in there for less than $200,000. That's both ways, be it $105,000 going up and coming down. And I honestly believe if we asked Joe Wren, he would honestly tell us that the kind of investigation it's going to take to find this person, the police hours it's going to take,
Jane,
run to that kind of money. So,
all right, thank you very much, Jane.
And I apologize, but what just ask, go back and look at this one more time before you decide to go in this direction and see if there's another way to go.
Okay, I'm gonna get going here. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead. My apologies, he lowered his hand. We'll go forward with Mandy Rodriguez.
I drive up that road a couple times a week, and you have to be careful and cautious for sure. And there are some blind corners, but I mean, to spend $200,000 on speed bumps. I mean, how many times can we put band-aids on a situation that is a mental illness and a drug issue? And it breaks my heart that those people are up there and that they're not receiving the tough, compassionate love that they should get, which means getting them out of tents, getting them in rehab, getting them, if not rehab, jail. And it's really sad that, I mean, it's like, why don't we just close off the road? I mean, at this point, just close the road down and let them take over the whole road. That's kind of, it seems like where we're going. It's a fire hazard. The fire hazard alone with what's going on up there should be alarming to everybody. So I know you said we're getting $2 million COVID cash or whatever. Let's use that money for 1, fire, 2, to get help for these homeless people. I have spoken to the HOT team a week ago. There was a lady who was staying by my
bring
house.
it back to
Let
the
me finish.
speed limit thing here, please.
Okay. Well, we're talking about putting speed limits out because of homeless people. Homeless people have lots of options to get off of the street and get off of that road, where other people need to be driving it and doing business and living their lives. Not all of us want to go to work. Not all of us want to go home, but we work hard and we deserve to have access to that road. So no speed bumps. Let's deal with the issue.
Thank you, Mandy.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council. You're
Good
doing
evening,
a great
Jonathan.
You're doing a great job. I appreciate your sagacity and your reasonability. You all know that when it says 30 miles an hour, you and I don't drive 30. Maybe you drive like I do up to prima facie at 5 over, but none of us drive 25 in a 25 unless it's a school zone. I would propose that Broadway from where Smith Flat hits Broadway to the upper room, that is less than 1 mile. Current 35 is asking for more mortalities than we've had. I'm proposing 25 miles an hour, which you and I both know people will drive 30, especially around those blind curves. I'm proposing more signs that say speed limit 25 miles an hour, radar enforced. I'm proposing crosswalks at both the Hangtown Motel and across from Tijuana Taqueria. You say, I'm proposing double stripes in front of the upper room. 5 people have been killed or seriously injured in the last decade, according to people that have been living on the street there. I would like to see stanchions in the middle of the road on both of those blind curves. I would like to see signs both going west and east that say blind curve ahead, the picture of pedestrians. I would like to see us care enough about the least, the last, and the lost that we realize Jesus Christ is going to say to each of you, our police, and to all of us citizens, inasmuch as you did it or didn't do it for the least of these, my citizen, my brothers, you did it or didn't for me. I would like to see a roundabout considered at Airport Road. It can be done. People will have to slow down. I would like to see a school zone from the Seventh-day Adventist school which has several hundred young people, children, extended beyond the upper room with a sign that says 15 miles per hour school zone. We have not had a fatality or a serious injury outside the upper room. It's a matter of time. How many more must be injured? I ask, how many more have to die? Ron wasn't the only one. Scott died a month ago. Others died in the preceding year. Let's do the right thing. God bless you for doing the right thing for those that can't take care of themselves.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, seeing no more people in the queue for public comment, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. This situation is one of the situations why I find government so challenging, and some of the laws that we have to follow as a city so challenging. What Rebecca is about to do is give you hopefully a brief lesson on how we can do speed limits, where we can put them, and how we can change them, and why we can change them. Because essentially, if we don't follow the guidelines of the state, the speed limits that we have will be unenforceable. So we could not go out there and enforce the speed limits that if some of these things that you have shared with us, that you want the 25, the stanchions, the speed humps, there's qualifications for all of those that are required by law in the state of California that if we don't qualify, they are literally unenforceable. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca to give us a quick education on how you came up with these numbers and why we may or may not be able to change them.
Thank you, Mayor. Speed establishment on roads is done through various methods and means, but the three most common ways are road geometry, 85th percentile speed, and prima facie speed limit. The one that governs local agencies the most is related to the 85th percentile speed limit. And this is, as the mayor alluded to, part of the frustrating part of being government within government is the California Vehicle Code that establishes how speed limits are set and then ultimately how they're enforced or unenforceable has come about through various court challenges that I won't get into the weeds about that. However, the speed limit is set based off the 85th percentile, as I mentioned earlier. And unfortunately, the California Vehicle Code does not really support the methodologies behind enforcement, but it actually kind of protects the violator. So it's been a frustrating process for us as well. And not only does it protect the violator, electronic data collection is not an acceptable form of data collecting to support the legally required engineering and traffic survey in order to post a speed. So although I appreciate one commenter's perspective of proposing a 25 miles per hour, that would not be a legal posting. We could not enforce it. There's nothing we could do to move forward with that being enforced. Now, related to what could be done, right? So if we're kind of boxed in here, now we got to look for situations and solutions within this box. So part of the solutions are traffic calming measures. One commenter alluded to adding speed humps. Speed humps are not the end all be all solution on speed mitigation. They actually can cause some pretty significant issues elsewhere too, including but not limited to emergency response time. So those speed bumps could be a delay as well. So I mean, I understand that they're trying to, that we're trying to control the speed limit, but there is a whole host of other tools in our traffic calming toolbox that we could utilize. So the project did indeed utilize some of those traffic calming tools. One in particular was we did the tool referred to as lane narrowing. City has revised its standards to be 11-foot wide lanes. Standard lane width is 12 foot, highway lane width is often 13 feet. We did this because it does address driver psychology, and the narrowing effect does have a reduction impact on speed. The other is we wanted to, we can't control the behavior of others, right? They have to be responsible for their own actions. And if somebody's speeding, that means that they are liable to be addressed through enforcement. So what can we do to help them understand the importance of minding speed limits? We can give the data and set up the speed limit to be enforceable, because in that whole host of tools in our toolbox for traffic calming, the most effective tool is enforcement. So that has been something that we've kind of battled with, and it's been really frustrating for us as well, because it's this fine line balance between paving a nice new road and then understanding the driver characteristics that then immediately go after that. So that right there was one of the paramount reasons why we made 11-foot lanes our standard lane width in the city. I did hear the comment regarding additional signage. We're happy to take a look at that. We did include a whole host of additional signage with the project when we did it, but you know what? We can always look at it again. So that's actually a fairly easy thing that we can do. Signage can be effective. So we will take a look at that, and if needed, we can report back out on that improvement as well. I think that answered the majority of it, but I can go into the various codes and stuff, but I don't want to lose anybody in sleep deprivation mode.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. Is there further questions for Rebecca? Yes, Patty.
Rebecca, I think we talked about this when this came to us a while back, but I questioned you, and I think you just answered it. But since it's just such a short distance, why can't we just set one speed? Or are the laws that you talked about, I mean, within just at that very short distance, do they apply? What I'm afraid of, and I said this before, is that especially, and you're talking about Point View Drive easterly, but it's going to be the same thing coming westbound, right? I mean, it's going to be the same 40 miles an hour. And that's where I feel like they're coming 40 miles an hour. That's where the problem is. And they get into that in just a really short distance. I'm just, I think that's why I share your frustration, because I'm frustrated over that too. But I see it happening. I've been driving up there on purpose, and I see those people just speeding by the grocery outlet and, tearing up there, and they just can't possibly slow down if somebody is, enters the street for one reason or another. Explain without having to redo what you just said.
No, actually, this is a great question, and I'm grateful that you asked it. So the existing speed limits in both directions on Broadway up to Schnell School Road and just past the grocery outlet is actually posted at 25 miles per hour.
Right.
So then the portion beyond that, so basically just beyond grocery outlet up to just past Smith Flat Road, where the beginning of this revision would be, is posted at 35. And then beyond is currently posted at 40. So we're changing the only segment on that entire stretch of Broadway from 40 down to 35 to actually to make it more uniform with the rest of the speeds on Broadway too. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I guess maybe, I mean, I know that the grocery outlet, that portion isn't in question. However, it's so tied in with that whole, that whole area. And I think that is what is causing all the problems. I could be wrong, but it's just like I say, just that short distance that we do allow a certain speed, and, anyway, thank you.
One thing we observed during construction, especially when we had the detours where, we actually had segments actually blocked off. And this is kind of a temperature check on people, if you will. We've hit a point where, once they get onto like that open road feel, that's where they kind of blow off their steam, which is unfortunate. And that's kind of why we're setting up this speed limit. Like, look, we understand you have to go blow off some steam, go get a CrossFit workout in. Don't take it out on the roads. So, that was one thought behind it too. And then, we saw the intermingling of the vehicles and crossing pedestrians, jaywalking at those locations. And we got nervous about it too. This was something we had on our radar about like 6 months before we finalized design. We said, once we start introducing, because again, our previous facility did not encourage this. It was actually uncomfortable for bike and peds, but they were still going there. And we had all these near misses, and we actually had a prior fatality. And so one comment was to care enough about the least and the last and the lost. I want to be clear that the city of Placerville did not apply for a $6 million grant because we didn't care for the least, the last, and the lost. We absolutely did. We recognized the fact that these improvements do have their impact on their place with the bicyclists and the pedestrians, whether it be with that encampment or with just our general community. We actually even went further than that. We went through the public process and the environmental document phase. And originally we only had enough money to do a bike lane and maybe a little goat trail on the side. And the city dug in and we went after more funding to put sidewalks on the very stretch of location where that pedestrian was hit on Friday. So when we, I want us to be clear that, we've done everything we can.
I've been here long enough that I want to remind everybody that this was a real bone of contention many years back. And everybody just begged us to put some sidewalks up there and clear out those blackberry bushes. I mean, this was just a constant request, and now we've done it and we're still getting pushback on it. So anyway, I think it's a great project. You guys did a beautiful job.
Thank you. We tried very hard.
All right, thank you, Rebecca and Patty. And with that, we are going to, is there any further questions for Rebecca? All right, seeing none, could we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation, 10.1.
All right, can we get a second?
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I get clarification on who seconded the motion?
Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor did.
Thank you. Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Nail? Councilmember
Aye.
Zaragoza? Vice Mayor Taylor? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Taylor, can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Aye.
Mayor Thomas? Thanks.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll return at 7:15. We'll see you then. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. And we're going to move on to public hearings, item number 11, which we have none. So then we'll move on to item number 12, discussion action items. And number 12.1, consider adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Placerville, affirming the name Old Dry Diggins and the name Old Hangtown as historically significant, as recognized by the state of California on historical landmark placard number 475. And Mr. Morse.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My portion of this will be quick. It was requested, as mentioned in the staff report by Mayor Thomas and Councilmember Zaragoza, to consider this resolution that states, as Mayor Thomas just mentioned, what our position is or what the condition of the name Old Hangtown and Old Dry Diggins, and just to reaffirm that they are as stated in the resolution, and as historically significant in the city and in the state of California, as stated on the landmark placard number 475. There's pictures of those and other information regarding that on in your document. But with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor, and if there are any questions or comments. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Cleve. And really, this was my doing, and I'm working with Michael Zaragoza to bring this forward. One of the things that prompted me to do this is that I felt that, the last meeting we had an item that was on the agenda regarding the noose, and it was strictly regarding the noose. And really, when we have agenda items like that, it limits our ability to talk about other things that are really not on the agenda. And so this item really did not have the opportunity to come up, although some of us towards the end in our statements alluded to the fact that we had opinions about the name Old Hangtown, about really not about dry diggings, but it's in here as well. And we alluded about where we had our opinions. However, a lot of information was passed around after that meeting, suggesting that it's the beginning of a slippery slope, that it's part of this whole grand scheme of taking down everything historical in the city of Placerville. And so while I don't know the thoughts of all of the council members, I do know that this was kind of left as what I call a dangling participle after the last meeting. It was something that I felt like we needed to resolve, to put to bed, to put a bow on, so that we could move forward. And now with Michael and I bringing this forward, we also did not have the opportunity to have conversations with any of the other council members. So, and that's an unfortunate thing on how this Brown Act works. However, we are unable to actually talk to another council member about this if I am talking to Michael about this. So we were unable to do that as well. So for them, they saw this for the first time last Thursday as well, which is, not always the best way to do it, but I felt it was, as mayor and working with Michael, felt it was important to bring this forward because of the timeliness of everything going on. Michael, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really just echoing your words here. Yeah, I mean, there seemed to be a lot of questions, and certainly I saw posts and things that saying, that Old Hangtown was going to be taken down, that the welcome sign was going to come down, that I think I saw petitions being recirculated from last year. And so there was, I thought, some confusion out there, and I thought it was good to kind of put that to bed and move forward. I thought the resolution was a good way to do that, just to kind of clarify on two historical names of the city, and move forward from there, which I believe are is a much different thing than our logo and the new set was on the logo. So thank you.
Yes. Anybody with any comments or questions for myself, Michael, or Cleve?
I'll hear from the public first.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 12.1. This is regarding the resolution affirming the names Old Dry Diggins and Old Hangtown as historically significant. We will start with caller 857. Go ahead. Mr. Mayor, we can come back to caller 857.
Okay.
Caller 368, go ahead.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. I offered you some written comment, and in my written comment, I offered you an alternative resolution, which I hope that you'll seriously consider. And I just want to take this time to say that one way to do that is by compare and contrast. If you read my resolution, you'll notice that mine has to do with the present, whereas yours has to do with the past, and specifically the past prior to the city's incorporation in 1854. My resolution recognizes the contemporary law about nooses, and yours recognizes an unlawful act, particularly an act that would be unlawful under today's contemporary law about nooses in the state of California. My resolution chooses a brighter future for the city of Placerville without nooses and all the controversies that surround them. And yours promotes a dark past of dying by a noose, because when you're recognizing Old Hangtown, what you're recognizing is the death of 3 miners. They're really just one and the same. And I know people will debate that, but that's the bottom line. No matter what you want to argue or debate about, 3 people were dead and they died by hanging, and that's what Old Hangtown represents. My resolution supports your recent decisions in January and also to remove the noose recently. And and it supports your decisions, your unanimous decisions to condemn violence and remove nooses from the symbol of Placerville's government. And yours disregards them. That is, your current proposed resolution disregards that. So I understand what you said about considering it, but I really want to urge you to take the time to not vote on this resolution tonight, but to clarify what your intention and purpose is, to take more time to consider the outcomes of voting on that proposed resolution, and do as you did before. Take the time to understand it properly with public comment, perhaps with a historical perspective and so on. I just want to reaffirm what the city's founders did in 1854. They made a decision going forward that this is the city of Placerville, not the town of Hangtown. And they did that looking forward to create a civil future here. And you're simply the other end of that line right now. Your predecessors did that looking forward, and I urge you to do the same, to create a brighter future for Placerville without a past controversy, one that allows more opportunity economically and civilly. And I urge you tonight to vote no on the present resolution as it stands, because it appears that you're linking those two issues together, and take more time to reconsider what you're trying to accomplish. If you need an example, I would encourage you to look at the work of William Bridges.
Okay, your time is coming up here. I am going.
Oh yes, I'll sum up right now. Just take a look at William Bridges and his work on transition, because that's what we're in, is a process of transition, not change. I think it would be helpful to what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 525, go ahead.
This is Leo Bennett Koshan. I would also urge either a no vote or a tabling. You're certainly allowed to change your mind, but what I had heard was that there would be a conversation about Hangtown, because in the current controversies, it is divisive. Your research is based upon the California Centennial Commission, which placed the monument in 1950. And the website states that this particular program was ambitious, but it was not without its quirks. Landmarks were registered without criteria, documentation requirements were minimal, and some properties were registered simply on the basis of hearsay or local legend. The state currently is engaged in an extensive evaluation of its very monuments and trying to be more inclusive and add the voices that, you know, we say three unfortunates, but we actually know their names. And I can see at some point in time that particular monument being rewritten, because in reality, as people have spoken, this was a moment in time, Hangtown, and the founders going forward actually made it Lawtown. So perhaps you need a better nickname, just like is occurring right now in Squaw Valley. And I'd like to read from them where they state they're changing their name because of the momentum of recognition and accountability we see around the country, that we've reached a conclusion that right now is the time to acknowledge a change. While we love our local histories and the memories we associate with this place, as it has been named for so long, we are confronted with overwhelming evidence that our current name is offensive. We accept that as much as we cherish the memories we associate with our name, that love does not justify continuing to use the term that is widely accepted to be a slur. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leo.
We'll go back to caller 857. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Michael.
So, hey, I'm on my phone and I had written up something and it's over on my text side of the phone, and I'm afraid of hanging up to find the exact verbiage that I wanted to have. But anyway, so in the whereas, I know this is just a resolution. It really is just a little fluff thing, not a lot of teeth. I have a problem with the term vigilante justice without it being fleshed out. It kind of, some people will see that and they're going to, you know, equate it with like the Deep South of long ago. And I have a problem with that because what we had here was this couple-year period where there was no government right here in Placerville in California. California didn't become a state till September 9th, 1850. The gold rush was 60,000 people showed up overnight in like a year. And there was no law and order and justice. And the people were being robbed and murdered and all kinds of things. And they just had to take a stand and execute the normal common sense justice that they were accustomed to from where they came from. And so this is not a Deep South racial thing. This is law and order, life and death on the frontier, Wild West gold rush. And I need you guys to take a stand. All right. You got rid of the noose. I need you to take a stand and say, this is just nicknames for a town. I have a lot of additives to the resolution, but I think it's kind of immaterial, a lot of history to back it up. But this, you know, resolution is really nothing. But what I really want is you to get a backbone and take a stand. Otherwise, I'm going to have to join the voices that are ready to get a new city council, if I can put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's all in perspective. I do appreciate the backbone that you do have in the position that you did take. I think it took a lot of strength, and I appreciate that. But now going on to this issue of the resolution, you know, it seems to me like it's an olive branch. I mean, when I first saw it on the agenda, it did cause me to pause and think about why now? What's this all about? And the conclusion I came to is just as you, Mayor Dennis Thomas said, that it was in reaction to things that you had seen, comments that you'd seen made, and clarifications that you wanted to make for things that couldn't be spoken of when the other issue came up about the nooses. I mean, yeah, the nooses on the public, you know, the public property. I'm not sure that this accomplishes the olive branch, and I do encourage you to possibly pause and think a little bit more about the intent, and to really try to find perhaps that middle ground. For the people who have on social media been saying that, you know, this is all about erasing history and cancel culture, et cetera, you know, history cannot be erased. It's in our history books, it's in our movies and documentaries and museums. So that's all so very puzzling to me, this concept of erasing anything. What happened has happened. It's there. And it's really what we choose to emphasize as we go forward. What are we about? Again, like my comment earlier, what are we representing to ourselves? What are we representing as a community? And to others, what are our values? What's our internal moral compass, and where do we want to go? The last thing quickly, I don't know how much time I have, but you know, this dry digging situation actually was called Spanish dry diggings. And I believe that it was dropped because there were so many dry diggings in this area of the gold rush area that was too confusing. The historians in that educational report taught me that when I listened. And as far as Hangtown goes, we were very briefly called Hangtown. As another caller had said, in 1954, we were officially called Placerville, and it only came back, I believe, as some kind of marketing ploy later on, as really as a gimmick. And I'm not so sure why people are so attached to something that was for a very brief amount of time and then came back as a gimmick and really doesn't really represent who we are. You know, do this if you need. I wish you would take a little more time. I don't really think it's particularly meaningful on a deep level, but I do understand trying to squelch the mob mentality that's going on and all of those who are very angry with you for taking the action that you did a week ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ruth.
Mike Munoz, go ahead.
Sorry, I keep having to unmute myself. I just want to ask that you think a little bit longer on this. I know it's a divisive issue, but the previous caller made some statements about vigilante justice and frontier justice, and the new addition to lynching is the Southern style of lynching. Well, lynching's lynching, and there was law and order here prior to the gold rush. Was the Mexican government. Prior to that, it was the Spanish government. And when California was made a state, there were 1,000 people who lost their minds, lost their land, were accused of crimes, were hung. And they all happened to just be of non-white races. Not all of them, but I would say the majority of them. So if we're going to talk about the hanging of someone by a mob and glorify it, I just think it's wrong. And I just want to make it clear that these people didn't come here and hoop and holler and have square dances and just hang a few people for the hell of it. You know, they did it for the economic benefit or for just outright hate. And, you know, I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. And that's all I got to say. I hope you'll wait and take a better look at this and open it to the public and give it as much time as you gave to removing the news. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
You know, I'm not really sure where you guys are going with this proclamation. I don't know. You know, you guys showed up at a lot of protests downtown, but you didn't show up to the people that were protesting last week. And a lot of people take this proclamation as throwing them a bone. You showed up, you marched with BLM, you took a knee with BLM, some of you did all these things, but yet a huge amount of people, almost 400 people showed up last week, and you guys were nowhere to be found. And yet you put this proclamation out that really doesn't mean anything. They are coming after every business, every news that's around this town. They're coming after everything. And this is bigger than the news. We all know that. This is critical race theory. This is neo-Marxism. This is communism. This is coming to our town. This is looking at every situation and asking, where is the racism in this situation? This is what critical race theory does. This is what is spreading like wildfire, worse than a virus. And that's what all this really comes down to. So as a city council, you're going to have to make a decision on which way you're going to stand. And that's really all there is to it. You're not going to be able to ride the fence on this. And it's really sad because this virus, critical race theory, wokeism, is going to destroy our country. And it's happening everywhere. So it's not about a noose. That's why 400 people showed up last week, because they knew it was more about the changing of our culture in this town. There are a lot of liberal people who moved here. Why? Because it's a clean, safe town. There happens to be a name called Hangtown. There happen to be nooses here. Nobody was offended by it when they bought their houses and got their jobs. Let's take a stand and have some backbone.
Thank you, Mandy.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Hello, Jonathan.
Morning, Chair and Board Council. I don't want to use all my time, but I just want to say it was brilliant using the 1 minute windows for the 170 people you said had signed up to speak. And I thought you gave everybody a fair chance. I could be wrong. It happens to me daily. Actually, it happens to every one of us on all sides of this issue. I could be wrong, but I thought I heard 2 weeks ago that there were 150 businesses that had Hangtown in their name. I don't think that makes them bad. I think that makes them historic, along with the town that perhaps they moved in and opened their business in. But we all have a right to our opinion. But just, I'd like clarification on that number that was spoken of the number of businesses at the City Council Zoom 2 weeks ago. And then, if that's the case, although we didn't do a plebiscite with the previous issue of the news, really the actual opinions of everyone, either in the city or on the western slope or whatever geographic delineation you want to make it, to get the opinion of all of your constituency, I think would be appropriate, and therefore perhaps not make the ironclad decision tonight. Oh, look at that, 1:17 still to go. I'm just tying, I want to recommend some grilled salmon. I just got it off from the grill at Save Mart. Very delicious with some fresh lemon and melted butter. Very nice. I still have 4 seconds to go to a minute.
Jonathan, you're going a little off track here, buddy.
All right, God bless you all, and I hope you can answer those questions. Thank you.
Bless you too, John. Thank you.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Kathy Lishman here. I don't believe you need to worry about what you call the slippery slope. Change does happen in a community, and I'm not sure what there is to be afraid of. The threats that you've heard tonight don't mean anything. I know plenty of people who live in the city that are happy about you taking the noose off, but they're not people that are going to go out and go to a meeting or say anything. I want to read from Placerville's 150th anniversary keynote speaker from Gary Kuruntz, who was the curator of the California State Historical Library from May 13th, 2004. He said this: cityhood during the helter-skelter era of the gold rush had a very different meaning. Cityhood in those wild, rambunctious days meant maturity and respectability. It meant in the unique, fast-moving California experience that you could bring your families here. It meant a civilized society was putting down roots. It meant you could build with permanency in mind. It was not just a place to get rich quick and leave. Cityhood meant you could stay and start a business, get married, build a home, start a family, go to church and sing hymns and read a newspaper like the Mountain Democrat. Out of this cauldron of chaos came the taming forces of civilization. But as you know, Placerville was not always known as a peaceful, friendly town, but was known as a rather rough and tumble place christened by Judge Lynch, spelled Lynch, with that most memorable moniker of Hangtown, February 12th, 1849. And that was a long time ago. It seems to me that you need to not do anything. It doesn't seem necessary for Placerville to reaffirm historic designations that have been previously made. This resolution only serves to inflame a divisive issue. Businesses and residents who wish to use Hangtown on their storefronts or t-shirts or any other form of display have always been free to do so and do not need a resolution from the city to continue those practices. I know the skateboard shop down on Main Street, he changed his name. He had the name Hangtown and he chose to change it. Private businesses can choose what they want to do. The city of Placerville currently has and always has had the flexibility to highlight any and all aspects of its long and celebrated past through the years. The city should not take any steps that could be construed by any persons or factions to limit its flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Michael, go ahead.
There we are. Can you hear
Hello,
me
Mike.
all right?
You bet. Thank you.
Michael Friend, Placerville. I'd actually like to thank Kathy Lishman for her comments because she really does make the point that prior to Placerville gaining cityhood, it was a wild and rambunctious place. The Wild West was a violent time. The conquest was violent. The moniker, the use of the term dry diggings, old dry diggings, and old Hangtown in the vernacular, in quotes, are references back to that history. The resolution I think that you put forward is an acknowledgement that we recognize our history and we're not ashamed of the wild, rambunctious time before we got statehood. Those terms, old Hangtown, old dry diggings, provide an opportunity for people to live real history. When they come to our town, when the marshals walk down the street, when we have the shootouts, when we have the stagecoach rides, people are reliving history. The resolution is in fact appropriate. And the concern that I have, and I sent my comments to you in writing yesterday, as one of the other callers mentioned, there is this review at the state level of designations that were applied. And I'm very much concerned, as I have an acute appreciation for our historic designations in history, that it could get lost. Our history should not be relegated to a musty room in a museum or to a moldy book. We have living history that people enjoy. We need to preserve it. There's nothing wrong with doing that. We make no apologies for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Steve Putoff, go ahead.
Yes. First of all, I want to say that in Placerville, we have so many people that are very, very conservative, and they are the silent majority of our community. And we love our history. We love what Hangtown, even the noose, meant to the city. And when I listen tonight and I hear so many of these, what it sounds like, historians and teachers and professors, most of which I'm sure are not from Placerville. They are from out of town and calling in to bend your ear to get you to change your mind and not move forward with this resolution. This is so important to our community, so important to the people of Placerville that you heard so much from last time, and on and on and on. No, let's not change. Let's not change. And we all said, oh, but the next thing they're going to go after is Hangtown, the name. And we have so many businesses that have Hangtown included in the name. We have so many of our historians that have created this incredible legacy for Placerville. And when we have so many people coming from out of town to visit our small town, and a lot of them are doing that because of the gold rush time, the Hangtown, all of the things that embody the past history of Placerville. So be strong, City Council, and pass this resolution. I thank you all for listening. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Tiffany Moore, go ahead.
Hello, Tiffany. Tiffany, are you there?
We'll come back to Tiffany. Let's move forward with Allie Jones. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hello, Allie.
I just want to highlight that as Mayor Thomas and Councilwoman Saragosa admitted, this is a direct response to the Lose the News campaign. I think that it's important that we recognize that what we're doing is formalizing a colloquial term. And by doing that, it is no longer a nickname. Dry Diggins isn't nearly as prominent. And this is about Hangtown specifically. There is a difference between a term used in the common vernacular within a community and a government body adopting that term for official use. And I feel like this is insensitive at best. If this were isolated to historical marker 475, that would be one thing, but I really feel like this is a precedent being set for the entire community. Many groups, including Unidos and the Racial Equity Anchor Collective, have spoken out against the use of this nickname. Multiple teachers unions have passed resolutions, as well as student senate groups. And I think we need to be aware of that. This is modern hate speech, regardless of the history. We don't want to we don't want to relive the history, as one previous caller has suggested. We want to create an understanding community for the future. And I think we need to be aware of this. And with that, I encourage the council to move forward with option 3 and do not adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Tiffany Moore. Tiffany, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Elizabeth, you both, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, thank you.
Hi, okay. So moving forward with discussion action item 12.1 to affirm the name of Old Dry Diggins and Old Hangtown as a historical landmark cannot be put into motion until we as a community take the recent nooses that have been hung in this community within District 3 to be specific, in direct response to the April 13th motion to remove the noose from the city seal, property, and stationery. Why this news particularly affects me as a representative of the Black community in Placerville, California, it has been made clear on a number of accounts. I shouldn't have to explain more of why it affects me directly. I am a truth teller, and I have been since I started this grassroots movement here in Placerville. To imply that Black folks are using are lying in a widespread way about racial injustice is racism because it assumes they cannot be trusted to be accurate translators of their own experience. My experience matters. Black lives, voices, experiences, dreams, hopes, and votes matter. I know that all members of the council are familiar with the term sundown town. Sundown towns have never gone away. As long as Black people have known of what has happened to them or others for being in the wrong place and at the wrong time, and as long as white people terrorize Black people who move into their neighborhoods or create laws to restrict them from living there in the first place, sundown towns will always be a part of the fabric of American culture. According to the census information provided by a minute of research, Placerville, California has been recorded a sundown town since 1860. Interestingly enough, right after Placerville was established in 1854, coincidence? I think not. In 1853, white vigilantes attacked and destroyed a Black settlement in Placerville, and those who survived took refuge in Coloma. Arsonists burned Placerville's Chinatown in January 1886. As of the mid-late 1900s, Placerville has been known as a sundown town. However, if this is the case,
Why do I, as a member of the Black community, why do I know this? That it is unsafe for me to be out on Main Street, especially past sundown. And I have not been physically on Main Street past sunset since June 2020, and that speaks volumes. Please consider my words as you consider moving forward with 12.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello again.
Hello.
I have to say, I'm really sorry I have to be speaking once again. So on the last city council meeting, the city council took a stand, right? They removed the noose from the city logo. They said that we do not want Placerville to stand for the noose. Hangtown and the noose are the same thing. To try to separate the two is utterly ridiculous. You guys received national media attention when you removed the noose. National media attention. It's not just El Dorado County, it's not just Placerville that's watching this. It is the entire nation that is watching this. And to 2 weeks later have a resolution that affirms Hangtown as part of this city is really a slap in the face to the vote that you took 2 weeks ago. And I really just hope that you guys realize that just like people were watching 2 weeks ago, they're watching you right now. What are you going to do right now? Are you going to now say that Hangtown is what we want Placerville to stand for? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm utterly really confused because the two are cannot be separated. So I really hope that you guys take heed. I think that this is a response to the kind of noise that came after your decision. I'm sure that you guys have received heat just like I have. I'm sure that you've received uncomfortable comments, but ultimately you guys need to do the right thing. You need to let the people of Placerville, let the people of El Dorado County, and let the nation know what you stand for. And it should not be the noose, nor should it be Hangtown. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barbara Driscoll Rogers, go ahead.
Hi, you guys. Well, I really wasn't going to say anything, but here's my advice. Dennis, all of you, it doesn't matter which way you go. There's so much controversy that it makes me sick to my stomach. Totally sorry. What you guys did about the news, I completely supported. As I stated, I worked for the city. The news, none of these people were around or were involved in it. I understand the social injustice. We talk about threats to businesses. Well, a couple of you know privately, more than a couple of you, 3 of you know privately, the threats that I know have been made to a business from the other side for doing what this person thought was right in the world of social injustice. I am so tired of hearing all these people bickering back and forth. Well, we're going to recall you. I said to somebody one day, so what's going to happen? You recall the council, then you get your side in, then they're not going to like this side. So, you have to do what's in your heart. I'm not going to tell you what to do because personally, I don't want to put a target on my back because that's what happens when people like me speak up and go, hey, why can't you people just stop this? This is not right on either side. I'm not agreeing with a lot of either side, but the one thing I will say, the nooses that are being hung around town, they're being hung as a threat. That is my opinion, and it's not just my opinion. There are so many mean people that come out of their holes and want to threaten people. So you guys have a tough job to do. And I commend you, and I'll be praying for all of you. I'll be praying for Placerville because this is a tough one. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay, we'll try Tiffany Moore one more time.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, guys. Technical issues over here. I just want to say, since your removal of the noose, by a decision that happened with the vote between you guys behind closed doors. I've had the pleasure and the honor of meeting and talking to so many residents in your city that feel unheard. And trust me, that vote behind closed doors, not allowing us to vote, it really struck a nerve. And we are woke now. We are woke. It is really disheartening that this council has allowed this discourse in our community where people are fighting, there's hate. I really feel like you guys have made this happen by not handling this correctly. And I know that change is coming, and it's not in the form of a noose now. And, you know, I'm not somebody who goes out and gets in arguments, or I don't want to be involved in stuff like this, but I feel like I am moved at this point to fight for the people who are not being heard. And there is a recall coming. I wish it wasn't that way, but I feel like my voice isn't being heard, and this is my town. Thank you.
Tiffany?
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you.
Hello, Melinda.
Hi. So some of the research that has come up in the last few months has been looking into history and stuff is that lynchings happened here first before they happened in a widespread way. They happened here in a widespread way before they happened in the southern states. So the southern states ended up kind of modeling after the lynchings and the hangings that we started up with over here. We were kind of clearing land for the mining activities. First it started with the natives, and that was mostly shooting, but then it got into the hangings and stuff. And yeah, there weren't a whole lot of hangings here. We're talking about a 2-year period where, you know, there were 3 people that supposedly that ended up sort of sparking this whole hangtown thing. So historically significant, well, I mean, I know, I get it. You don't want to paint yourself into a corner though. You made a statement a couple weeks ago that was a good one. Move forward, let's you know, and now it's almost like you're stepping backwards, like you're taking a couple steps back, and that's probably not wise, because you're not going to make anybody happy. The pro news people, it's not going to work like an olive branch, I guess. And I don't envy you, and I respect what you're trying to do, and you know, and I thank you for that democratic process, by the way, because it wasn't behind closed doors. It was a 3+ hour meeting. Everybody got to talk, and Dennis, you figured out how to do it so that everybody had a voice. You know, you started with 1 minute, then you went with 2 minutes, and everybody got to talk. So yeah, it's not true to say it was in the dark and behind closed doors and all this. This was a public meeting. So I want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I guess I wanted to mention that someone had talked about newcomers to town weighing in on this matter. My paternal great-grandfather, Jeremiah Callan, was in San Francisco in the 1840s and came up here with the news of 1848. Both sides of the family have been here since the 1800s. My grandmother, Margaret Callan, is the one who gave me my first lessons about history in this town. It wasn't graduate or undergraduate studies. And if she were alive, apart from being about 150, I'm sure she'd be supportive of Black Lives Matter, because that's the kind of history that she taught me about at a very early age. So this controversy is very painful because of the nastiness and hate that I see on both sides. And if you were fearing going down some slippery slope, you certainly have evidence of it from what you've heard so far over something as innocuous as affirming plaques that have been around for a long time. And I've heard a number of things that are just factually not correct. For one thing, you had a historian tell you that there was no alcaldes in the Sierras at that time. But I told you twice that we have the docket of the alcalde for proceedings in this county, or what became a county, at the library. None of you ever checked that reference. I gave you references for the things I gave. None of you checked them out. The name Hangtown has been used for 170 years continuously. But the noose itself was only used, I can find from any historical records, since the 1930s. And if I were you, I would have voted the same way the last time on the measure that was before you. So it's not that, it's about, my concern was about how you did it, which perpetuated this kind of hate and anger. One of the authors in that area, a book published in 1890s, the Argonauts of California, said that this trial was the first time there had been a jury trial in the gold rush era, the first time in the area. And that's why it was thought of as the center of the mother lode. All of the references that I've seen prior to the 1930s were of this kind of nostalgic return to the home of the gold rush. And that's what it's about. It is not about hanging. And if you think that this was bad, just look at this a little later, the trials of those charged with conspiracy for Abraham Lincoln's assassination. They went to the noose as well, and that was, you know, a jury trial, a tribunal.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. All right. Seeing no more hands up in public comment, we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring it back to the council for discussion. There's one thing certain, is that no matter what we do, somebody's gonna be unhappy here. But yes, Jackie.
I'll go ahead and start this conversation. I usually don't like these items coming to the council this way, but I certainly understand it. There is absolutely a lot of push, and there has been a lot of conversation about Hangtown the entire time, and it is just as important for us to state our position on Old Hangtown as there was the noose. And we probably should have done that together at the last meeting, but a lot of people have made it apparent that they're not going to be happy with what happened at the last meeting, and they're going to keep pushing this issue. And so I do understand why it's coming forward to us. Our job is to represent our voters, and certainly in the city, we have a variety of opinions. And so I think what we're doing is balancing our position of the 11,000 people that we represent, that we're elected to represent in this city. We did remove the noose, and I am supportive of this resolution, although I do want to propose some changes. Since, as you know, we talked about, we couldn't sit down as a group and discuss this, and so I have some changes. So I guess I'm proposing some amendments. It talks about nicknames. Old Dry Diggings and Old Hangtown were not nicknames; they were the names. So I would like to scratch the idea of nicknames. These is a confusing point for people in the future, 20, 30 years down the road, who come back and look at this document and say, oh, they were just nicknames. They weren't just nicknames. They were the original names. In anywhere it says nickname, I want to just correct that to name or names. The second whereas is the one that I actually want to propose a change to. Leave it as, whereas in 1849, the name Dry Diggings gave way to Hangtown. From there, I would like to change the way the rest of that reads. Like I said, I don't agree with the nickname. Notorious, as we, have seen, the name really got started from one incident. It didn't take 10 incidences and then this became Hangtown. It became Hangtown after that one incident. And so the language I'm proposing after Hangtown is after an incident of frontier justice prior to statehood. I feel like we do need to give it that context. You know, people who don't know the complete history, I feel, you know, we need to take out some of the charged words and give it that context.
Would you say that, would you read that whereas completely?
Okay, so the whereas will say, whereas in 1849, the name Dry Diggings gave way to Hangtown after an incident of frontier justice prior to statehood, and then it would move to the next whereas.
Okay.
And then the other change I was proposing comes from the now therefore be it resolved. Instead of saying official historic nicknames, it should just say official historic names. Those are the two changes I'm proposing.
Where is the
It's on in the bottom under it where it says now therefore be it resolved.
So say it again.
All right, so now therefore it be resolved that the City Council and the City of Placerville does hereby acknowledge and recognize that Old Dry Diggings and Old Hangtown shall remain in our vernacular as official historic names of the City of Placerville as recognized by the state of California. And I just feel those changes make it more accurate and a little bit of context.
Thank you. Michael.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jackie. I think I like those changes. I like the idea of adding the context of both of those names were around prior to statehood and to the incorporation of Placerville as a city within this county. So I think that's an important distinction to make, as well as it wasn't as if we were hanging people every day here. It was one incident, but that incident did gain enough news and into the city's history that it has stuck for 170 years. The reality is, and even from the historic, from our two history professors, while the name wasn't necessarily used as much as Placerville, which it shouldn't have been because Placerville was the name of the city, the term Hangtown had been used throughout the entire course of time that the city of Placerville has existed. And it wasn't until later, as we've come to know, at least from what we know for the city seal, the noose was added maybe sometime in the 1970s. And so not quite the same amount of time. And I guess, I mean, just going back, I'm not really in the business of eliminating words. I get the noose, and it is a recognized worldwide hate symbol, but the reality is our history does have the terms Old Dry Diggings and Old Hangtown. And I think that's just affirming what we already know to be. The noose was really, whether it was a marketing or an affectation people wanted to add later, you know, that is not the same. And in the course of, in context of the city, you know, I really didn't want to have to hand a card with a noose on it to somebody. And so we made that change. At least that was sort of part of my deliberations on it. And I think, you know, it's one of those things where if everybody's mad, maybe you've actually made the right decision. And I kind of feel like you're going to have people that have boiled this down to either no change or all change. And I think that's just that's not a reasonable response to what we're trying to do. I think as a body and as the representatives of this community, I think we've made an acknowledgement that we had a symbol that wasn't representative of what we had. And in this case, we're just underlining that these names are historical to our history, and that you know, they're not just going to end up in a history book, but that they're part of who we are and what we were. And again, they're just words, not necessarily a symbol. And I think that's an important distinction. And again, I don't think I'm not in favor of erasing everything, and I'm not in favor of keeping everything. And I think this is a good middle ground that I think most reasonable people will understand. And if people on both sides of the spectrum don't understand that, then, you know, I understand that as well. And there's passion on both sides, but, you know, we have to make a decision. And I think this is a good place to be that does acknowledge our history without being on the wrong side of that history going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any additional comments? Yeah, Kara, let's go with Kara first.
Patty, you're welcome to go first.
No, I just have a real quick request before I say anything. We got an email from Michael Friend with a suggestion. Cleve, I can't find it. I was just looking through my, and I wondered what you thought of it. He is on the Planning Commission, and I thought maybe it might be something to consider.
I don't have it in front of me, but I can pull it up here in just a minute, Patty. It may take me a minute. If you want to move on, Mayor, I can try and find that.
Oh, right.
I remember when I read it, I thought that sounded like a good suggestion, and I really would like to maybe consider it.
All right, Kara.
All right. So I was not pleased to see this on the agenda for a couple of reasons. One, I think that the community, our staff, and the council, at least I know myself, could really have used a break from this topic and this controversy. And I also feel like the council, through the 10 months of deliberation on this item, already clearly demonstrated that there was no political will to address the placement of the name Hangtown on public property. So I think that this is kind of an unnecessary minefield that we did not need to be walking into tonight. And I also agree with some of the speakers that said that this is really kind of a nothing resolution that's not going to appease the other side. This resolution does not bar a future council from making changes that they see fit. This resolution, I don't know if it's going to settle any acrimony in the community. All that being said, I think that I recognize the intention of Mayor Thomas and Councilmember Zaragoza with this. I think that the intention here is to state that the council's decision at the last meeting is done, and we're not going to be revisiting this. It's to close the book on this item, which I am not opposed to. I've been trying to close the book on this item for what feels like a long time. So, and what we're being asked to do is to recognize Old Dry Diggins and Old Hangtown as historically significant names, which the state of California recognizes. So it's not really up for interpretation. This is a fact that these are historical significant names. So I guess in that regard, I don't see a reason to oppose this, but I'm not thrilled about having to take this vote. In terms of the proposed changes, I don't have an issue changing the word nickname to name. However, I do have an issue changing vigilante justice to frontier justice. I think if if this is about recognizing history, we shouldn't be sanitizing it or glorifying it in any way. And I don't have an issue changing it to, an instance of. I think that's a good change. But that was an instance of hanging 3 non-English speaking foreigners who could not defend themselves by a mob. And that is vigilante justice. It may have preceded a justice system because it preceded cityhood, but that doesn't change the fact that that was indeed vigilante justice. So I am not in favor of that change and I won't support that change. But without that change, I'm willing to reluctantly support this.
All right. This was not an effort to appease anybody, but rather to restate what was said at the last city council meeting, because the last city council meeting, a lot of people were listening, but by the end of the meeting, I don't think many people were hearing everything that was said, especially after the vote was taken. And there were some comments made from council talking about how we want to put this to bed, move on, because we do have a lot of amazing things to look forward to in this community going into this next year, all the way from, somebody suggested a 4th of July party. Now, what that looks like, who knows, but I think that's a great suggestion. We have quite a bit of money coming in that we need to figure out what to do with to make the best use of it. And so I think all of us, and I think, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not speaking for all of us, but for me, I see this as an opportunity. But honestly, whether we pass this or not tonight, it's more important that people hear what our intentions are and what our belief is. Because, Vice Mayor Taylor is absolutely right. And if it was stated by a few people, it's a resolution. It is not an ordinance. It is not demanding that we do something. It's more of a resolution stating that this is what we believe, and as a council we agree to recognize. Can it be undone? Absolutely. But that's not the issue at hand right now. The issue at hand right now is just acknowledging where the council is and how we want to move forward with our community. And I don't know that we had the opportunity to clearly state that in our last council meeting. And that is my intention. Now, whether it's I get the difference between vigilante justice and frontier justice, and both are correct. They both kind of describe it from a different point of view. I'm not tied to either one, honestly, and I'm not tied to all the verbiage in here. What's most important is that the community hears where this council stands when it comes to these names and as they are represented throughout our community, that we're not going to go out and start telling businesses that they can't have that name on there, that we're going to take it off of all the signs, that we're going to whitewash our town of all things Hangtown or all things Dry Diggins. And honestly, I think Dry Diggins has a lot more value than old Hangtown does, because it's much more descriptive of what we really were about. And that is, we were a mining town. We were it was the greatest migration. And I'm sure somebody's going to correct me, and I don't care, but it was I think the greatest migration of the time during of the world, for people coming to the West for seeking their fortune in gold mining. And that in part has to do with old Dry Diggins. And so there's a lot of history in Dry Diggins, and that's actually why I included it in this, is because it's critical to our history, much more so than old Hangtown. And yet we still have them both because it is still embraced in our community. I spoke with many people, and almost everybody I talked to said, what do you think about the news? What do you think about this? Most people said, I can do without the news, but don't lose old Hangtown. And that was a comment I have received more than probably 120, 140 times. I didn't keep track, but it was well into the 100. And that's what people said. And that's, you know, and I wanted to also respect those people that shared their thoughts with me, and people that you would not think said could get rid of the news. You'd be surprised. And I'm not going to I'm not going to spill the beans on who they are, because I think they said quietly, yeah, we can do without that. And so, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm indifferent as to which one. I understand the incidence of frontier justice, and I do understand, you know, what Vice Mayor Taylor said. So I don't know if you two can kind of come to a consensus or an agreement on that, or somebody wants to do a motion. Yes, Patty.
I just would like to say something now. I didn't get my chance. I also, I do agree with what Dennis just said, that there are an awful lot of people that I also have talked to that said, yeah, get rid of the noose, but don't get rid of Old Hangtown. And I have been open from the get-go that never did I consider getting rid of the name Hangtown. I really thought I did agree with getting rid of the noose. I think it, as I stated before, it's become a national hate symbol, and I felt as though by us getting rid of that noose, that it would lessen and perhaps, and naively so, the thoughts that would transfer to a person's mind, the Old Hangtown being, I just don't think the two, you know, and especially Old Hangtown, that it means the same thing, not in our, you know, and I don't want to erase that. I too was surprised that this was, you know, this was being presented to us. And it's unfortunate. Again, this is one of those cases where the Brown Act really preclude, you know, it just makes it impossible for us to really talk things over, but it is what it is. And I don't want to get rid of our name, and perhaps this will ease people, that stop all this nonsense. I have told you before, I don't do Facebook. I never intend to do Facebook. But I keep hearing about all the things that are on there, and how, what, you know, removing the news and what it's going to lead to, and what we're destroying all this wonderful history, etc. That was not our intent, as you all have said over and over and over. I also am in favor of, if this is the way we have to do it to show people that we really care about our history, then, you know, so be it. And I do like Jackie's suggestions. Cleve, were you able to find out?
Yeah, the suggestion was in the last, or not the last word, but the now therefore section. The very last part for that, where it says, as recognized by the state of California, the recommendation was to eliminate that portion of the sentence. So it would end with the city of Placerville and eliminate that last portion.
And what was his reason, though? I like what he said. Oh, it's okay.
I can pull it up. It just
no, it was something.
I have it right here.
It
does not bear repeating in the very last sentence of the resolution. I recommend you end the resolution with of the city of Placerville. Otherwise, it is possible to construe that Old Dry Diggins and Old Hangtown are only significant because of the state's position.
That's right. Okay. So
they are in fact significant because they are the history is significant.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that change as well. Yes, Karen.
Is there a motion on the table right now?
Not yet.
Okay.
No. I've got one more comment, and then I'll take a stab at a motion.
All right.
You know, it seems like bringing this item forward was a reaction to other people's reactions about our action at the last meeting. And I really don't like the agenda being kind of dictated by this feedback loop. It's just not it's not a good place for the council to be in. And I'm really hoping that after this item concludes tonight, that we can get off of that feedback cycle. I really hope that is how we can move forward. With that, I will make a motion that we adopt this resolution, changing out all reference to nickname to names, and accepting the change in the last, therefore, as proposed by Michael Friend.
What about my whereas, Kara, as far as the after the incident instead of notorious?
Oh, yes, and changing to whereas after an incident.
Frontier justice.
Leaving vigilante, but putting an incident instead of making it sound like it was,
Yeah,
a regular occurrence.
Are you okay with the prior to statehood statement?
Yeah.
Okay. I strongly believe that frontier justice better describes it if you look up what frontier justice means, but I will yield to vigilante justice in the terms of being united on this.
Thank you, Jackie.
All right. Any further comments on this? So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll
second the motion.
All right. Let's see. I think I heard Jackie first. We're going to go with Jackie. And so any further discussion on this item? All right.
I'll make a quick comment. I just want to thank everybody. I think it's important for us to be, I thought it was important for us. I still think it's important for us to speak with one voice here. So I appreciate everybody's feedback, concerns, and changes to the resolution. So I just want to thank my colleagues for that. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for that, Michael. And I do appreciate as well the intent and also the public's comments. And they are heard. And I truly appreciate the fact that people are very strong on this and on both sides. And, this is one of those situations where, I think the city is trying to find some common ground to for people to come together in a way that might be, we can settle some things down a little bit, but who knows, our community is going to do what they're going to do. And our council is going to keep working hard to support our community in all sorts of ways, which really we do in terms of roads, police service, fire, sewer, water, and a lot of other things that really are you'll see on the rest of our agenda as well. Yes, Michael.
Just one more time, and I apologize, Mayor. Just my last thing, and I'll to Vice Mayor comments. I don't intend to have this item come up in any form as another agenda item. I think we've made our positions here clear, and I don't see this. I don't foresee this coming back on an agenda in any different iteration. So I believe that this will be the final discussion on this item from the City Council's perspective. At least that's my thoughts on it.
I'm
Patty.
I would really like to appeal to everybody that's called in and have been so adamant about discussing this issue, and they poured their hearts and souls into it. And while I appreciate it, I'm to the point of saying I just am begging people to let this thing rest and try to, to make everybody's talking about Placerville and what a wonderful place it is and what we need to do. And that's what I'm going to appeal to. We've got so much that needs to be done here. And I'm appealing for all this interest that's been poured into this to get to all the other things that need to be done in our little city to keep it great.
Just as a united front, I'm echoing what everyone else says. I'm done with this issue. I won't be bringing back or considering anything. We have important things to do in this city.
Yes. I appreciate your sentiments, Patty, and everybody for that matter. So with that said, any further comments? All right, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right, thank you, everybody, for coming this evening. And we are moving on. We're moving on to item 12.2. Adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding MOU between the city and county designating the county Health and Human Services Agency as lead agency with responsibilities for administrating the coronavirus aid, relief, and economic securities. And there's more to it, but I think we'll hit it all here in just a second.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. Just a little recap. This item was brought before you at your last meeting on April 13th. Staff had requested that you authorize the staff to submit a grant application with HUD it was basically to seek funding through the Community Development Block Grant Program. It's called the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, also known as the CARES Act of 2020, for the acquisition and rehabilitation of real property for housing for residents experiencing homelessness. The monies are predetermined. The city is would be due about $421,000. El Dorado County would get $1.8 million. And so this would allow us to do a joint application, share that income, and then submit the application jointly with the program actually being then run by the County of El Dorado. So basically staff took, or the City Council took 3 actions. One, that it did authorize the city manager to make application for these funds. 2, it then authorized the El Dorado County Director of Health and Human Services to execute the standard agreement with the state and any other documents necessary to secure the money to secure a proposed transitional supportive housing project. And then 3, you directed staff to come back to the council with a memorandum of understanding, and that MOU is required whenever you have a joint application with the state for this. And it's basically just to designate the responsibilities of the different parties. Basically, the county would then serve as the lead agency with responsibility for administration of the grant. So staff is recommending to you adopt a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding that designates the responsibility between the parties. And if I can share the screen briefly with you. And the reason why I'm sharing this portion of the screen for 2 reasons. The only real concern that I heard, that staff heard from the council at the last meeting was that to ensure that the city had a seat at the table as far as a selection of any real property that would be proposed for the THS housing. And so I added that highlighted section there. So everything else is basically as was proposed. It was a template provided to us from the county. City staff is adding this section C. It looks a little bit different than what's in your staff report in your packet, because when the review section, when you hit the accept all changes, it didn't format it correctly. So this formats it correctly, so you can see that there's a distinct item C, the city and county agree to, and that's work collaboratively in the site selection process prior to the acquisition of any real property for the proposed transitional housing, allowing for the mutual endorsement of the TSH site to benefit both city and county. So with that, that will conclude staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Pierre. I appreciate that. And, you know, this is a lot of money and it's 400 and I don't know the exact amount. I'd have to go 421,000 broken up from a couple different places. And if you didn't take time to read the staff report, and I don't know if you did, you'd understand that and I'm gonna answer this question because I already know what it is. And instead of asking you, that this money is very specific to housing, and it's very specific to a particular type of housing that literally we do not have the ability to do. And I can see, you know, because my first question is, why don't we keep this and do something for the homeless that in that population that we could do within the city, within our purview, because we have a lot of expenses associated with homeless as well. And this is required to be used for transitional housing. And that's a road we just don't want to go down. We're not prepared to go down, and we do not have the skill sets or the staffing to go down that road. The county is acutely prepared to handle this and move this forward in a productive way for the city. And so that, you know, I wanted to try and answer that question up front because it was a big question I had. Why are we giving this to the county for them to do? And hopefully they do something in our benefit. And I know that Pierre has got a sharp eye on that, and I appreciate that extra verbiage you had in there. Any further questions for Pierre? Yes, Patty.
No, I like what, I just want to reiterate what you said. This is for housing only, because there were questions tonight asked about, you know, why we don't do certain things for the homeless issue. And this money would not be allowed to do that, those certain things that are being asked.
Any further questions? If not, we'll go ahead and open this up for a public comment. Regina, if you would, please.
Public comment is now open for item 12.2, the MOU between the city and the county. Michael, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Michael Friend, Placerville. My comments might be a little bit premature, but right now we're talking about the county being the lead agency on this project. The city is at the table for the selection of properties. Okay, that's one thing. But what I really want the council to consider is that in order for this kind of a program to be successful, and this is going to be in our city, and it's going to be in Upper Broadway, and we do not want Upper Broadway to become a Skid Row. So the implementation of what this real estate is going to be used for, I cannot overemphasize the importance. We've got to be engaged at that level. And I realize that the health department and probably social services will be taking the lead on this. We need to be there engaged. I'm involved with this professionally. I'll volunteer for you if you need any help. But this is where the devil in details is. Otherwise, we're going to wind up with a out of sight, out of mind solution, and that's all it will be. And then we will have to pay down the road for the issues for where these programs fail. And the city of San Francisco has got some great examples of how this didn't work during COVID. When I was managing the hospital down in Burlingame, we were watching San Francisco very closely. This is a real concern. So I'm sorry, this might be a little bit off topic, but just a heads up that we've got to be engaged, not just in picking the real estate, but in how the entire program is implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good evening, Dennis and council. Starting to feel my age a little bit tonight, but I can still do 11 and midnight when I need to. I want to do a broad stroke as far as bigger picture from the 30,000 foot level. The Western District Court in their October few years ago decision in the fall came up with what was a decision that city and county and state are responsible not for causing the homeless crisis, which is worsening. And anyone that doesn't believe that is doing the ostrich with its head in the sand. The situation on Upper Broadway a year ago was brought close to litigation, which would have been statewide and national. The illegal city anti-camping ordinance had been enacted. I remember having 7 citations for trespassing on public property by the Placerville police, which the district attorney, thank God, refused to bring into litigation by prosecuting.
Hey, Jonathan?
Yeah, this is,
well, hopefully you can bring it back because I don't want you to use up all your time, but this is about the issue of this memorandum of understanding with for the $400,000.
okay, so I'll cut to the chase. I'm in favor of it, and I would like just some concession from both the county and the city that dealing with 400 homeless with 26 rooms is a good beginning, but only a beginning of what is needed. And with a $25 million Placerville budget and a $700 million annual county budget, it is right that you're recognizing the county should lead in this. I'm glad you want to be involved and stay with it through the whole process toward a larger navigation center and connected services, which are absolutely necessary to deal with the mental illness and the drug addiction that is rampant in the community that you and all of us are trying to help. God bless you. So move ahead with it. It's the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, I agree with Mr. Friend, devil's in the details. And so at this point, I am not wanting you to sign off carte blanche all power and authority of decision-making to the county in lieu of the city. I would like to see at least some kind of commission, committee, yada, yada, that the city creates to negotiate this long-term thing with the county and city and report back to the city at every city council meeting. I think it's wrong to, at this point, when things are just kind of vapid and void, to just say, okay, fine, the health department at the county, you have all of our money, a little bit of money. And the problem with that is too, that money, does that go into the general fund? Can it be used for anything? I heard you claim that it can be only used for specific reasons, but I'd like to know, is it deposited in the general fund and can be used for anything? But it really is devil's in the details. And you really tonight should create at least a 2-member committee to negotiate with the county and bring back reports on all activities at every city council meeting going forward. Thank you.
All right. All right. We have one more.
Frank Porter, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. First of all, I want to commend you for bringing this forward and bringing this to the council tonight. I wanted to point out that the county, has had a really successful room key program. They've run one of the motels in our county on the West Slope, and that's serving as a model for programmatically for what they're planning on doing once they pick a facility. And so you're at a key moment here to address a really significant problem of homelessness in Placerville and on the Western Slope. And so taking action tonight on this will allow those efforts to go forward and allow the county to come forward with a more comprehensive proposal or a program proposal once you get the facility ironed out. So I urge you to forge on and act on this evening. And thank you again for your leadership on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. All right, seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the council and for any further questions. I do know we have what I would call an exceptional relationship with currently. When I first started, it was a little iffy. I didn't know the players, I didn't know people, and as I got to know the county health and human services director, and we had a lot of conversations regarding these, as well as the COC and what they are doing on their side, Opportunity Knocks and Continuum of Care, which is a organization that's, well, I'm not gonna get into that too much, but they're the one of the facilities or the programs that we have to have in order to receive a lot of this type of grant funding available. So we have a great relationship with them. That doesn't mean we should take it for granted. And that doesn't mean we should not be very cautious in how we move forward with this. And some of the callers, from my mind, I agree with them stating that we need to really make sure that that we are working collaboratively together. And I even asked the director of health and human services at our last city council meeting. I said, you know, he says, absolutely. He says that you've even showed by example. And it was a little embarrassing to ask because I knew the answer, but I knew it's kind of put him on the spot. But he did say that it's important to have that relationship, because once that relationship breaks down, a whole lot of other things go south too. And it's important to keep that. So any further comments? Yes, Kara.
Just a couple quick comments. I want to thank Pierre for working on this and for adding that section that the city would be involved in the site selection. And then just a couple of comments from the public kind of alluded to this being in the city limits. It seems unlikely that this facility will actually be within the city limits. It sounds like it's going to be outside of city limits. So I just wanted to let people know that that's pretty unlikely to happen in the city limits with this arrangement. And then just one comment. I think that this is a really great start. I'm glad that we're doing this. I share Dennis's kind of concern that why aren't we keeping this money, and also his reasoning that we just weren't, timing wise, we aren't ready or capable of handling this at this moment. But the program that this is likely to kind of combine with is already full. So, you know, I don't want to get people's expectations up that this is going to immediately alleviate the issues, especially on Upper Broadway. It's probably going to be a fairly slow process to see big change. So this is a positive step forward. It's not the only step that we need to be taking, in my opinion. But
thank you. Any further comments? If we can get a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the MOU and direct city staff to work with the Director of County Health and Human Services in support of the selection and acquisition of real property to be used for the proposed transitional supportive housing joint project applications.
I'll second it.
All right, can we get a roll call, please? I believe that was Patty the second. So.
And that's on who seconded the motion, please, Mr. Mayor?
That'd be Patty.
Thank you. Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, moving on again. Moving on to item 12.3. I will be recusing myself from this item. It is a remote possibility that this could end up being a conflict of interest for me. that if the conversation starts to go in one direction as opposed to the other, I would then have a conflict, and I don't want to start this conversation and then have to in the middle of it say, oops, I'm sorry, I have to leave now because there's a conflict. So if currently there's not a conflict, but if I see it going down a road that could be bad, I don't want to have to go to that place and have to be in the middle of it, because that then causes a whole nother set of issues. So with that said, I am going to turn the gavel over to Vice Mayor Taylor, and she will carry you on through this item, and I shall return when it's over. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. Tonight, I have a staff report that I'm going to read out most of it because it has enough detail that I don't want to miss anything. Tonight, I've got before you a consideration for approval of a proposed summer concert series that's sponsored and produced by the Green Room Social Club on the top floor of the Center Street parking structure for 13 consecutive Sundays from May through November of this year. And also there's an action to authorize myself and city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for the event if you were to approve this. As far as background, these events are described by the applicant, Jennifer Tai of Taiwan On LLC and owner of the Green Room Social Club. They are to be private ticketed events at which the ticket holders are encouraged to purchase food locally from downtown restaurants and then bring it to the top floor of the parking structure to enjoy their meal and some live music. So each Sunday event requires use of the parking structure from noon till about 10 o'clock. That's for setup and tear down. And the actual concert time for the music will be 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. The stated purpose of the events is to create a fiscal benefit for the community at large by generating revenue for downtown Placerville businesses. There isn't a request from the applicant to serve food or beverages or alcohol. So they're just hosting the events. So Jennifer Tai of Taiwan On LLC approached my department in March to inquire about what process she needed to go through in order to book the top floor of the parking structure for a repeat music event produced by the applicant's LLC. After reviewing and revising the initial proposal, Ms. Tai had submitted the attached letter of request that outlines the who, what, where, when, and why details of the events. She also contacted the county health officer, Dr. Nancy Williams, who she states is supportive of the concept with its outlined COVID-19 plan to conform to the state and county requirements on masks and social distancing, which is also in her request letter. So prior to drafting an agreement, staff would require confirmation of this from the county health officer. So this request is coming before the city council because it involves a significant and ongoing use of a major public asset that the city doesn't have a specific fee for, and thus it's beyond my authority to approve. We did convey several concerns to Ms. Tai, specifically the lack of ADA access since there is no elevator to the top floor, which would need a solution to mitigate. And most importantly, the fact that the top floor of the parking structure is currently leased in large part to local businesses for parking. And Sundays are typically a busy time to ask those leaseholders to give up their parking on the third floor and move to a different location to park, which would in turn impact and probably displace the amount of parking downtown for visitors. In discussing this proposal with other staff, there was also a concern that music from the top of the parking structure would especially impact homes and businesses located on the north and the south sides of the structure. Ms. Tai has cited the past use of the parking structure for a similar event that was approved by my department in May of 2019. And that was an event called Farm to Pork. And it was a fundraising event I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And it sold tickets, served dinner from restaurants that donated food. and had an auction to benefit Union Mine High School's FFA, the Future Farmers of America program, to build enclosures for farm animals at the school. In looking at this, I see two major differences between that event in 2019 and this request. The 2019 event was a single night, whereas this request is asking for 13 consecutive Sundays. And the event was put together in 2019 completely from donations from businesses, and all the planning and coordination was done from the donated time of the Leadership Eldorado Class 11 as their special community service project. So it was a one-off. This series of events, as requested by Taiwan On LLC, would select nonprofits for getting the proceeds of over costs. And but it is different than the other event, since it's going to be sponsored and produced by a limited liability corporation. So the request is attached to your staff report, and hopefully you've all had a chance to take a look at it. It is staff's recommendation to consider the request. The proceeds over cost is proposed to go to various nonprofits. However, there is an argument that the proposed use of the parking structure could indirectly benefit the LLC in the form of promotion for their business. If the request is approved, I'd like you to consider these issues. We would need to address them. The ADA access, ADA accessible restrooms, the volume of the music, especially noise issue for the nearby homes. However, the music ending at 6 o'clock might not be a major issue. The parking, which I described the displacement of parking that would happen from the third floor being used on those Sundays from noon to 10. Also, we would need proof of nonprofit donations through a statement after each event that would outline the receivables, ticket sales and expenses, and consider a fee for use of the garage to cover any staff coordination costs. So what I'm putting before the council tonight is to give you a couple of options. Either approve the proposed plans for Taiwan On LLC, sponsor and produce the music and dining event each Sunday from noon to 10, March 23rd through, we've missed March 23rd, through October 31st, as described by the applicant, and instruct myself to create and sign an agreement for the events as described. You could approve the plan with a contingency to modify or cancel future events. If unexpected issues arise, could approve the modified plan as directed by the council or reject the plan. As far as cost goes, there would be some indirect costs associated with the proposed use of the parking structure, including but not limited to the garbage removal, changes to parking signage, and staff coordination of communicating with the leased parking customers. And under budget impact, the potential costs described are not included in this year's fiscal operating budget, as it's going through the council approval process soon. However, they could be assessed through a fee if they, or if not, they could probably be absorbed through the budget. So I think there was a letter from the PDA also that was part of the written communication, and that could be considered as well by the council. I don't have the letter handy, but I could speak to it, and I could take any questions at this point. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Terry. Any questions from the council?
Not at this time.
I'll wait till after.
Okay, I have one question. What would be the capacity for these events in terms of the number of people?
I think I didn't put that in the staff report, but in the proposal, I believe it's 200 persons is the limit.
Okay.
And that's, I think, based on the size of the garage space and the applicant's understanding of what social distancing would require.
Okay, and then I think I saw a question.
It says 400 ticketed guests.
Oh, I'm sorry, 400.
Yes, that's what a request. Terry, can I find to jump in here? I'm not sure that we've done that analysis just to say, what would be the capacity based on any restrictions that may be required by the health officer. But I think you could probably argue you could fit 400 up there, but it would be a lot of people up on the top of the garage. And, so that's something else to consider.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. With that, Regina, can we open this up to public comment?
Brian, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I wanted to bring up a point about, don't get me wrong, events, PDA, we do great events, and this sounds like a great event. However, I would like to just remind the council that, it has been brought to our attention, PDA's attention, and other organizations that there was going to be no more events within the Central Business District for 2021 because of COVID. Everything that was from 2019 was slated for 2021, and maybe this could be something to look at next year. However, I do want to make a very important point here, and that is parking. That is huge. And I remember when Sue Taylor was seeking the conditional use permit for the main event in her building, and when I believe she was only asking for 40 extra parking spaces for the occupancy of her building. And there was a huge, negative response to asking for more parking because parking was so valuable. And you could put a value on those parking spaces, and to take up the entire third floor by displacing by workers, employees, most employees of businesses on Main Street use their parking permit to park on the third floor. That is a designated space. And then thinking about the 200 to 400 guests coming to this event every single Sunday for 13 Sundays, that is parking on the Main Street, parking in the Fox lot, parking in the courthouse lot. That displaces more parking for other guests that are coming directly to shop, directly to use restaurants. And so I hope that the city council kind of rehashes the parking situation. And I believe Councilmember Borelli, you were very strong about looking at a parking analysis. I remember the individuals that called in, Adam Anderson, John Clarici, they called in and said that they were very much so against adding parking for a business, only 40 parking spots for a specific business for a use for entertainment. This is what this use is going to be as well. And now you're talking about, 200 to 400 parking spots potentially being used by this and possibly displacing our employees and their parking spaces. And then because that's their permitted spot, will they have to go somewhere else? What if this is part of their routine? And I think for 13 events, that's a little much. And I also believe that, if the event calendar is already slated for 2021, this could be something to be looked at next year. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Tony Wendell, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call and happy evening to you. To latch on there, what Brian was saying, the parking is definitely going to be an issue. I spoke with the event organizers yesterday. They came in and said hello to me, and I expressed some of my concerns to them, and we had a really nice chat about it. It's weird coming myself, who kind of grew up in the professional music industry. I never want to say anything against any kind of concert series at all because I love them all, but using the third floor there is going to be a little bit crazy, especially during the fourth quarter. And I would like you guys and also the event organizer to take a look at, if you are going to do this, maybe stopping it before we get to fourth quarter. I know one of the concerts is scheduled to be on Halloween, and that's already a day that we have the street closed and parking is already pretty crazy. And I know we're going to go crazy for Halloween this year if we have the chance. Another aspect that if this is going to go on, maybe speak to Mr. Raffetto about some of his parking areas. I know that they haven't been paved yet, but maybe a deal could be worked out to where some of the parking could be moved there to accommodate this. But parking during the fourth quarter and any kind of event during the fourth quarter is going to be, even though it's early fourth quarter, it's going to be a little crazy. And so I have 8 employees that work with me during that time, and we all park up there except for the 2 leased spaces that I have from the Raffetto. So I could just predict a big nightmare with the parking. So I think that's the biggest issue you guys have. Always into music, but I think this needs to be looked at maybe in the 2022. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tony.
Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I mean, pluses and minuses, right? I think as a downtown merchant, we always like to have fun things going on, and music is definitely fun, and a concert on top of the parking garage sounds like really upbeat and will help our image as a nice place to visit. As the other callers have said, 13 is just a big, big number to start with, and that's just yikes, too much. And I think because there's so many unknowns, if we could just scale it back, and like other callers have said, avoid the fourth quarter. It's very problematic. Add to that Apple Hill Sunday afternoon traffic, as we all know, is crazy. And then you have 400 people getting out of a concert, and yeah, not good. So I'm a proponent for the May through August, maybe, what is that, 5 months or something, maybe 1 concert a month, something like that, or maybe even fewer. Just let's give it a try. And I'm also kind of curious about this whole process because, so this woman, and I welcome her. I hope she joins our downtown association. She has this green room social club, of which I'm assuming eventually she'll actually have events at her location and have to go through the conditional use permit process, as the building next door had to go through the Herrick building and deal with all of the same issues and possibly the same appeals. And so this is interesting to me that while she's a business owner, she's choosing to use a different locale for her events to begin with. Okay, that's creative, but it sidesteps the whole planning commission process for conditional use permit. But again, she's not using her own building. So I hope we can just find a good compromise, give it a try, maybe even just 1 or 2, see how they go, come back after that. And yeah, and also all the other events that people have talked about, there's a real balance. It's really hard on merchants if you have 2 big events in one weekend, because there's a natural flow of doing business, and events, they're always a plus minus kind of a thing, because they just disrupt. Just believe me, you might think, oh, this is the greatest thing in the world, all these people are going to come to town, but they're not necessarily coming to your shop to do shopping. And 2 in one weekend is too much. Doing one over of the, she's going to decide what her best weekends are. But anyway, I think you've heard our concerns, and I hope that also, I am a member of PDA, and I would like our events to also be considered as well. We're trying to have a 3rd Saturday art walk. They were hoping to get that in front of you, but for some reason it hasn't come in front of you for the same months. And then of course, Oktoberfest and the wagon train. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ruth.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening again. I think it's a pretty ambitious proposal. And I was kind of wondering why the applicant wasn't at this meeting to make their presentation and speak for themselves. That seems kind of unusual to me. And with COVID and not knowing how it's going, that's what I meant about it being ambitious. 4 months, once a month seems like a good trial. And I was really curious about how the nonprofits would be picked and who would select them, and would they select them, because there's a lot of important nonprofits in our community. And so I know nothing about this organization, and so I'm just trying to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
The name is cut off a bit, but it looks like El Dorado County Republican women's something. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. It's Mandy Rodriguez. That was from another meeting, sorry. You know, I remember the Herrick building having to go through fire to get and I'll correct Brian on this, to get a conditional use permit for events. And I'll correct Brian in saying it wasn't any additional parking spots. Sue Taylor already had a certain amount of parking spots because her building had already, that parking issue had already been settled as far as the occupancy of her building. But yet Mr. Acuna totally appealed it, and all the big players in town came out against her conditional use permit, and it took months and months to even get it heard. And so now we're good. And this does, even though I don't own a business on Main Street anymore, I live right off of Main Street. And on Sundays, we already have an issue with traffic. Every Sunday, people coming back from Tahoe, our fire season is upon us. It's probably going to start here really soon. And I think this is a accident waiting to happen. You're going to just eliminate all parking. Traffic is going to be insane. And I just think I can't even believe that this is going to be considered. I mean, who wants to be on top of a parking garage in 105-degree weather and a mask on top of that? I mean, that's insanity. So I, as a resident who lives off of Main Street, please do not do this. That is going to create a death trap. If we have a fire, we will not be able to evacuate out of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, so I would really like you to consider cumulative impacts, just like with CEQA. So you already have businesses downtown in that general area that have vested rights in parking. Herrick Hangman, Curry House, wedding events. You have all kinds of businesses down there that already have vested rights in parking on a given day. And if you're looking at a Sunday event, number one, you have to do a trial run. You give them one weekend, you do a trial run, see how it goes. But if they're asking for 13 off the bat, you have to really say no. Anyway, so cumulative impacts. You don't already know what the demand is. As COVID recedes and business improves, we're going to have a flood of people wanting to park. We already have a bunch of parking spots on Main Street taken up by tents, eatery tents. So other thing to consider, I think you really need to sit down and noodle this through a little bit more. You don't even have a fee associated with renting the top third of the garage. If you're going to ask all the employees who normally park up there to move to a different spot, and they move to a different spot, and then they get a $60 ticket while they make $60 working the night shift at a restaurant, how pissed off are they going to be at you? So yeah, if anything, just do one event, do a trial run, really overlay the calendar to see how it's going to impact with Halloween, all the other events that are planned. Second page. And nonprofit, how do you prove, so they're pledging that they're taking this profit and giving it to somebody else? How do you prove that? How do you prove who the money's going to is worthy? And that's a justification call. They could be giving money to all kinds of companies I don't agree with. A lot of things to consider here, and I think it's premature to just grant this tonight outside of one trial event. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Ally Jones, go ahead.
Hello. First, I'd like to state that a previous caller referred to this plan as ambitious. And I feel like that word has a lot of negative connotation. We're talking about a female business owner on Main Street. And I think that ambition is exactly what we need in this circumstance. She's proposed a plan that is COVID conscious. The parking issues that a lot of people have brought up have been mitigated by subsequent plans that she has discussed. I think that the associations with the nonprofits can be validated, and I don't think it's very difficult to do so. So I feel like the speculation of malice in that is unfounded. I think that the council should really consider this plan, because I think more than anything, it'll give us an opportunity to have a space for us to heal. You know, we've had a lot of contention in the last year. And I mean, look at earlier tonight. There's so many points where we don't have joyous moments in our community, where we don't have opportunities to come together under, you know, an umbrella of love and kindness. And I think that this grants us that. And so I think the council should really consider that moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hi. So just to piggyback off that, you know, I think that our community is very divided right now, right? You know, we all see that, we all know that, and most of us don't want that. And I think that music is a great unifier. You know, it's a common ground that we all have. And to promote something that is unifying, that is joyous, that is celebratory, that does promote love, I think is really important at this time. So I really would hope that you consider granting this. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, we now have the applicant, Jennifer Tai. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi there. Thank you for hearing our proposal this evening. And I wanted to call in and say thank you again, and wanted to kind of clear up some things. I'm hearing a lot of rumors, honestly, about what we're doing on Main Street. We're opening a restaurant and a bar. And I've produced a festival offsite outdoors for the past 5 years. And this is what we do. We build community, and we've always had a nonprofit aspect of our events. We've worked with the Habitat for Humanity in El Dorado County, the 2030 Club Hangtown. Recently, we did an event with Camp Win a Rainbow for a virtual fundraiser online. We've also raised funds for Operation Underground Railroad. So this is something that we've done over many years. And one of our focuses as an organization is to better the lives of children and people in our communities. I've been a resident of this community for over 40 years. I've been a business owner and a professional that's very familiar with Main Street parking and noise complaints. And this series of events was designed specifically with those challenges in mind, and first and foremost with safety, with our conversation with the county health department, even prior to approaching the Parks and Recreation Department. We feel that it's important to acknowledge that we are looking towards opening up and looking towards the future, and hesitantly doing so. And we want to bring an opportunity for people to get out and celebrate during the daytime hours, specifically to promote a family-friendly event. The top of the garage is 63,000 square feet. If you calculate the number of people that can reasonably be up on that area, it's immense. It's in the thousands. So we're asking for a very small number, under 400. We did also submit an updated letter today after speaking with some of the business owners on Main Street and considering their feedback. And our letter and revision did omit the last dates in the last quarter, the fourth quarter of the year. And we also have a local rafting company, excuse me, that has offered to help run shuttle for us for these events, as she has done for the last 4 years working with us with our festival that we've produced. So we do understand that there are parking issues. There's 2 free park and rides that are outside this downtown area that we can certainly direct traffic to for parking. And the rafting company has multiple shuttles and is willing to help us with that task. So we're open to revisions. It is an ambitious plan. It's a pivot from a business plan that is not possible during COVID. And to clarify all the rumors and the special use and conditional use permit regarding our building on Main Street, we know we're a restaurant and a bar, and we serve food, and we have a beer and wine license, and we'll have entertainment just like many other restaurants on Main Street. So we do understand the rules and the regulations, and we know that that is a concern and an issue on Main Street. So we appreciate all of the feedback and all of the support on both sides.
All right, thank you, Jennifer.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. So I definitely think that we should consider the approval of a proposed summer concert series sponsored and produced by the Green Room Social Club. And the reasons why is I feel like over the last few months, within the past year with COVID happening and the fight for social justice, I've been working a lot with the youth in this community. And I feel like the youth in this community don't really get a voice a lot because they're under 18. So they feel like their voices don't matter and their votes don't matter and like their opinions don't matter. But I feel like I've spent a lot of time with them, and a lot of them are interested in getting involved in the community, but they don't know where. And I feel like something like this will open up the opportunity for the youth to get involved, and they can, you know, like hang out and practice, you know, being with their friends again, COVID safe and everything. And I feel like this will also open up jobs for them. And with parking, I feel like, you know, this is 2021, and the youth, you know, they can Uber and they can use Lyft, and like parking's not like that big of an issue because like there's other ways that people can like park and like get to their destination, and then that can also open up more jobs. And I just feel like it's a good idea to consider it. So that's what I would say, and I feel like that's what the youth might actually agree upon as well and have fun with this too.
All right, thank you, Lizzie. All right, I see no other comments from the public, so I will bring it back to council for comments. Yes, Michael.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Where to start on this one? There's a lot of problems with this proposal. It's not really baked. I mean, we'd be granting basically a long list of, or a lot of days to a private business on Main Street of a city asset. I mean, if somebody else came to us and wanted to do something with, you know, they wanted to do 13 antique shows up on the roof. I know that's being facetious, but I think there's some issues there outside of the fact that we've done like Farm to Pork, which is a great event. I had a lot of fun at that one, but it was a community event. It was a nonprofit. It was a one-time deal. If we're going to have private sector businesses doing renting or leasing out the entire third floor, then that's a bigger conversation I think that the city council needs to have just in terms of assets. I have the same feeling when it comes to the farmers markets as well, that have, you know, that had proliferated on government property as too. So I just don't think this is baked at all. I love the idea, you know, if this is at the farm, you know, at the fairgrounds, I think it makes a lot of sense to have these big events. I'm not so sure that it works downtown, at least at this point. I can't support this the way it's currently put together. And certainly not for the length of time, and not even talking about, I hadn't heard anything about alcohol. Are we going to allow alcohol? What the police presence would be? There's just a lot of things here that are still haven't surfaced for for myself to take that leap to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Jackie.
I'll go. Love the idea of live music, love concerts in the parks. Don't like this location. We have the bell tower, we have City Park, we have the courtyard at the Carey House, the fairgrounds for big grounds. I have not been a supporter of renting out our parking lots, and I am not a supporter of renting out our parking lots. We've had that conversation in other conversations, and I think we need to be consistent, and maybe give better direction to staff that we don't want to consider renting out parking lots for events, but look at the other resources we have, look at the other areas around town. Love this idea, just don't love this location. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Patty. You're on mute. Patty, you're muted.
Sorry about that. My first words were ditto. I agree with everything Jackie just said, and pretty much agreeing with Michael too. I really am in favor of having a summer concert series. I think it'd be great, but not this location. For all the reasons that Mr. Zeller brought up, his concerns, those were all my concerns. And I don't think that any mitigation that I could be swayed. I just think this is just a terrible place to even consider something like that. As Michael said, the one-time farm to fork was great, but I think it started later than 6 o'clock, and it was so hot. It was horrible. And, on top of that garage in the summertime, I'm not in favor of it. I'm wondering if they, one spot that kind of comes to mind, if they want to keep this, like a downtown event, would be City Park. That I think that, that would be a good use. It's not very far to walk there. Folks could park then in the garage downtown and our different parking spots and just walk up there. We don't need shuttles or anything like that, but I would not be in favor of this location.
All right.
Patty, just to clarify, I've got the event application for the farm to pork, and it looks like it went from 7 p.m. to midnight.
Yeah, and it was so hot. Oh my gosh.
And it really did go to midnight too.
All right. I've got a couple comments on this. First, I really want to thank Jennifer Ty for bringing this project forward. And, it made me happy to see somebody bringing an idea forward for a community event. And it made me feel optimistic that we're moving out of this pandemic, that we can, people have energy to start taking on projects like this. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate just having an opportunity to feel optimistic about things. I do agree with the concerns of Terry Zeller and my colleagues. Before COVID, in my pre-COVID life, I was heavily involved with a restaurant downtown. And there are a lot of weekends during this 13-week period where parking was an issue, where my employees couldn't find parking. And I appreciate the shuttle. I think that there probably are mitigation measures that could be put in place to mitigate parking. However, I also think that there are other locations that would just be less impactful to businesses downtown. But I really want to reiterate that I would 100% love to see a summer concert series. I think that City Park would be a good location, especially if there was a shuttle. I think where the farmers market used to be the Saturday Farmers Market. That could be a good location. I've always liked the idea of Lions Park for big concerts. I know that there's also other activities that go on there. Even the Ray Lawyer Park and Ride, that is a huge parking lot right on the bike trail that is not really used at all on Sundays. So I would really like to encourage, regardless of how the council votes on this, I have a feeling what's going to happen, but I really want to encourage the applicant, Jennifer and Taiwan to try to make this happen in another location. I think it's a great idea.
I do too.
And with that, I would entertain a motion if anyone would like to make one.
I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion, and I Vice Mayor, you said it well. I would love the idea of a summer concert, just not at this location. So I highly encourage Ms. Ty to look at other options as well. But in this particular one, I will make a motion to reject the proposed outline from the applicant.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call, Regina.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
and Mayor Thomas is recused. Thank you.
All right, and with that, should we oh, there you go.
Watching you. Waiting for my time to come back here.
I hand the gavel back to you.
Well, thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 12.4. Adopt a resolution approving construction contract change order number 4, change order number 2, and change order number 3 for a net amount of $10,000 with Doug Veerkamp Engineering. My amount is not correct, but I'll let you correct that for me. Rebecca, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, good to see you. The item before you, as discussed, is the approval of contract change order number 4. That amount is then $29,070.91. And then staff is proposing council ratify change orders 2 and 3 for a net amount of $10,004.32 with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for the Western Placerville Interchange eastbound on-ramp, better known as phase 2.2. The descriptions of the change orders are provided in staff's report, and the summary is a resultant of savings in change order number 2 for temporary striping modifications and additional signage and traffic safety at the request of Caltrans as the facility owner and operator of Highway 50. Change order number 4 addresses electrical infrastructure in the project limits, including trenching, conduits, pool boxes, and loops associated with the electrical systems within the project. This amount would be paid as a lump sum item. Just given the hour and respecting folks' time, this concludes my verbal report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, is there any questions for Rebecca at this time? Nope, seeing none. If we can go ahead, Ms. O'Connell, if you would help us with public comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 12.4. This is regarding the contract change orders with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, council and mayor. So just to reiterate, the pavement changing for this construction area on Highway 50, I'm not sure if this is appropriate at this time, but this is the project that is impacting Highway 50, and that half pavement on the fast lane eastbound is very dangerous. And somebody needs to change it like a month ago. So I don't know where this fits in, but somebody needs to order somebody to correct the problem that is going to possibly cause a crash. And if you have any questions, it's the 2/3 pavement of the fast lane eastbound right there by the new on-ramp that's being built. And it is crazy the way it makes your vehicle shift right towards that center concrete divider. So please consider that and make it safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, seeing no more public comment on this, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back for any further discussion or a motion.
I move
Yes,
for
Pat.
adoption of the resolution.
All right, second.
Second.
Yeah, great. We had Councilmember No second. So if we get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor
Aye.
Taylor, Mayor Thomas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Connell. All right, this is a long one in terms of the resolution or the description of it, but this is ratifying its construction contract change order number 1 through 6 of the aggregate amount of $270,000 and approving change order 7 through 14 in the aggregate amount of $197,000 with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering Incorporated for the Spring Street pavement repair from Coloma Road to Bedford Avenue. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Rebecca Neves.
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you this evening proposes ratifying change orders 1 through 6 and approving change orders 7 through 14 with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for the Spring Street pavement repair project from Coloma Road to Bedford Avenue. As you're all aware, the Spring Street project was challenging to say the least. Construction of this project began on September 28th of 2020, and within a week's time, the first major challenge arose in the form of failure of a water main, storm drain, and then significant need for repair of the city's sewer system service connections in the area. The challenges from the water main and the storm drain system came to City Council on October 6th under a special meeting agenda. At that time, we had an estimate only of $70,000 and $135,000 for both the storm drain system and the water main repairs, respectively, for a total authorized amount of $205,000. Staff was also asked to investigate the water main east of the failure near the intersection of Tunnel Street and provided the leeway to investigate that with up to an aggregate amount of $270,000. Luckily, the remainder of the water main was actually found in good condition as discovered when new valves were placed, and the actual price came in lower than the initial estimates. So the project was able to save money on these two significant items for change orders 3 and 5, totaling $184,000 or $21,000 below the approved 205 and $86,000 below what could have been a potential project cost of $270,000. However, we weren't so lucky everywhere or with the remaining work at hand. The water main and storm drain changes caused substantial delay in the project schedule, pushing the pave dates for each segment of Spring Street during construction. One such challenge arose during roadway section reconstruction near the intersection of Tunnel Street, where an existing city storm drain system was located below a building, rendering it unmaintainable. The project team knew of this storm drain line during design, but could not identify its exact alignment, condition, or its connections until construction commenced and exploratory potholing could be done, as explained in change order 6. It was in that potholing effort that the team became concerned that the existing sewer services were connected into that storm drain system directly below 901 Spring Street. Unfortunately, this was not an unrealistic estimation, as it was the premise for change order number 8. In an effort to address this urgently and quickly and to keep the project on schedule before forecasted rain and state permitting issues arose, the team gave direction to confirm the sources of flow and then to relocate a serviceable new storm drain system into the city street as opposed to its existing location underneath a building. This work was directed through force account, and at that time, it wasn't expected to be extensive. We were wrong. This existing storm drain pipe located directly below 901 Spring Street, after confirmed that sewer services were not connected or active, was abandoned in place, and a new line was installed near the intersection of Tunnel and Spring Street, making it a serviceable line for public works. Without a signed change order, and because of the excellent working relationship with the contractor proceeded with this work at risk. The fast pace of the construction meant that the work was actually done before the force account work had been tallied. When the force account analysis was received by city staff, it was at that time it was realized and it exceeded the city manager's current signatory authority and is presented as change order number 7 in staff's report in the amount of $119,000. In reflection of how did we get here and what should we have done differently, Engineering staff should have communicated this potential concern to the city manager and the public in perhaps another special meeting or some other avenue. However, at the time, the amount was not known. There was also some confusion amongst the team from the approved action from the October 6th meeting, where it was thought the approved amount was actually the 270,000, not the lesser amount of the 205,000, and thought that this additional storm drain work would qualify under that and was already included and previously approved. With all of that being said, engineering is taking accountability for our oversight, has implemented several measures to ensure we do not arrive at this point in the future or on another project, including developing a statement of operating procedures on how to better address emergency concerns and spending limitations during construction, including alert tracking in the project budget spreadsheets. Efforts will also include requests to update council during construction with the current information available at the time and potential risks and solutions on proceeding. This is a lesson that has not been taken lightly by anyone on the project team, least of all by myself, or within the engineering department. In our self-reflection, much like our entire country, we recognize the undeniable impacts of the pandemic that indirectly contributed to our oversight and mistake, including an overwhelming workload and the 50% reduction in engineering staff as we headed into construction season in 2020. The construction season that started in spring of 2020 is in fact still going on. And with the lack of weather or break, staff has pressed forward in an attempt to continue delivering projects to the community, including Broadway, Spring Street, and Mosquito Road utilities and paving, which collectively totaled about $7.6 million in work, with half of the normal amount of staff available to manage it. Add all of that and throw in personal and professional demands on the remaining staff, and it's clear to see a point of dire fatigue had been reached. There was no malintent in this oversight and for staff. In October and November 2020 feel like a blur and a flurry of activity, and we were all in survival mode, both on staff level and on the community level. For our confusion and oversight, I'd like to humbly apologize, and I'm asking for council and the public's forgiveness. We all know nobody is perfect, and we've all been the recipient of grace and forgiveness. And I hope that you would bless us with yours today, especially given the extraordinary circumstances. Other CCOs presented in staff's report also do a great job of illustrating the unique challenges of the Spring Street project, including finding a fully intact tree in the roadway of this roadway structural section as described in change order number 12. And we present them all collectively for your review. Given the extensive amount of water main work, funds from the City Water Enterprise Fund are better utilized to cover those improvements, hence the appropriation from that funding source. And doing that appropriation also allowed previously appropriated Measure L funds to be preserved with the additional appropriation of the $27,348 from the construction reserve. This will keep our construction reserve intact for other projects in the future. Due to additional working days, a proposed amendment is with REY engineers for construction management services, is also presented for council's approval. Although actual costs incurred were closer to $50,000, REY significantly reduced their fee to $20,000 for these additional days. Staff's recommendations are summarized in the report, including ratification and approval of all the project change orders, various budget appropriations, and the amendment with REY. This concludes my verbal report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much for providing such a clear detail on that process you went through with that project. Is there any questions currently for Ms. Neves? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.5. This is the contract change orders with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for the Spring Street pavement repair from Coloma Road to Bedford Avenue. Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
I just want to thank you for doing Spring Street, and I so appreciate Mrs. Neves' honesty in what happened, and certainly she can be forgiven. And I know that project was very difficult, and that road that was found under it was very difficult. And the fact that they ended up going up a little part of Tunnel Street was very important too. And I just hope, I don't know how you get some of the neighborhood streets looked at above and beyond the main roads, because as you go farther up Tunnel Street, it gets worse and worse all the time. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for doing Spring Street. And I appreciate Rebecca's honesty and her ask for forgiveness. Thank you.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So yeah, I've been looking at these numbers and thinking, well, it's just a water break, but man, that is one expensive water break. So, you know, I thoroughly appreciate Rebecca's mea culpa on that. And I just need to know tonight, is it, you know, a little bit of oversight at the city? Is it like Doug Veerkamp kind of abusing the generous benefit that we've given him of being this supposed saint of watching over dollar projects in the city? I just like a real answer to that, because it was a major break, major line, and the costs are insane. So I'd just like to have a good requisitioning on why. Why is it so expensive?
Michael, I have a quick question for you. Are you talking about the water main that was broken on Pacific Street and Benham Street?
Are you talking about 12.5?
I continue with your.
Wait, I just need to make sure. Are we on 12.5?
Yeah, we're on 12.5. It sounds like you're talking about a water break that's happened somewhere else.
Spring Street.
Okay, you're on the same one. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, just I'm concerned if you know, we were overcharged or what happened.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right. Seeing no further public comment, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for any further discussion or a motion. Yes, Kara.
I have a comment. I really want to appreciate Rebecca for being so forthcoming on this and honest and letting not just the council know, but also the public in a very public way. That takes a lot of integrity. And I know that for those in the public, it can be kind of easy to zone out to these engineering reports. So if anyone missed it, what triggered the overage of spending above the limits is they found private sewer systems that were going directly into Hangtown Creek. And though I don't take lightly going beyond spending limits that we have in place for a reason, had this come to council, there would have been no other option than to do what was done. So I want to make that clear for anyone that's listening if they missed it in the staff report. And with that, I would make a motion to adopt the resolution as stated.
And I will second it.
All right. Thank you, Patty. If we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Thank you for your grace and your forgiveness.
I would like to comment really quick here, because I do know the level of stress that the engineering department goes through on a daily basis trying to get projects done. You know, we have never done this many projects in 1 year as far as we can remember. And there's a high level of expectation on all of these projects, and especially when you start mixing projects between federal and state, the paperwork quadruples. And when you think of paperwork, you're not talking about something like this. You're talking about something that goes, like this, in terms of the documents needed to prepare for just getting reimbursed on it appropriately and getting our funding. So, I hope this is a consequence of some of the budget cuts we've had to make and of some of the challenges we ran into. And I'm not making excuses. It's just a recognition of where we're at in the city and the projects that we're pushing through with the funding that we have from Measure H and L. And so, and with all that said, I still appreciate to the nth degree the amount of time and energy and effort that our engineering staff puts in. Between Corey and Melissa, as well as Rebecca leading the team there, it is a phenomenal job that they're doing and bringing forward. This happened. It's not the end of the world, and it would have happened anyway. I mean, it's unfortunate that it happened the way it did, but it's certainly something that we've seen and we're gonna fix. So I still have 100% confidence in our engineering staff and still 100% believe in them and know that their heart is in it. And I think that I know all of our staff loves the city, and Rebecca is pretty much the cheerleader of that staff. So thank you very much. And as we move on here.
Dennis?
Yes.
Could I just add something too? I also want to give a shout out to Doug Veerkamp Engineering. He constantly goes, I think, above and beyond the call of duty, and he's not asking for payoffs in any way, shape, or form. Every job he gets has been approved by us, and it's gone through all the right channels. And he's a hometown boy, but he really shows his dedication to this city constantly. And I think Rebecca will back me up on that. So.
All right.
Extended to his son as well. Matt very much cares for this.
I always forget that Matt's.
Yeah, he's, all those lights on Main Street.
A little kid to me,
Some of us too. Yeah, no, he does care about this town. They all care. They're the ones that were in the buckets at 3 a.m. stringing Christmas lights across Main Street, and they did it for free. So we're grateful for them.
Yeah. They return a lot to the community, and they do a lot for the community, and they get paid a lot for what they do, and they employ a lot of people in this community. It's
exactly.
It is a win-win-win all the way around. I really believe that. It's great to have people like that in our community. So, all right. Moving on. Yes, Kara.
Oh, I was just wondering, did we take a roll call vote on that?
No.
Yes, we did. He didn't let us comment before the roll call. That's why it seems confusing.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we did.
Okay. And then
yes, I will just, echo my fellow councilmen that I really appreciated the highlighting of this issue, the transparency and the corrective measures. It's really what I love about the city is when we make a mistake, we look at it, we correct it, we tell people, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Yes, Kara.
And with that, I have to excuse myself, and I just want to apologize to the council. I don't ever leave early, but I need to tonight. So.
All right. Thank you, Kara. Have a good evening. All right.
It is 10 o'clock.
Oh, almost. Let's go ahead and start our 12.6. Approving a construction service contract with Doug Veerkamp, funding. We've been talking about him. General Engineering Incorporated for the Winesap Circle Slurry Seal Project number 42104 in the amount of $13,642. Nick, what a nice treat. If we could only hear you. Okay, Nick, I still can't hear you.
You're not.
No, I can't hear you.
I can't hear him.
Nope, can't hear you.
Maybe your microphone somehow is off still.
Nope.
Mayor, I'm not sure what the problem is. Nick, wave at me or something if I'm saying something wrong, but I'll go ahead and give you a report for you if that's okay. I'm not sure what the problem is. So as you know, the purpose of this item is to approve a contract for asphalt surface roadway on Winesap. It's to improve the usable life of that of Winesap Circle. The property owners along Winesap Circle are within the Ridge at Orchard Hill Benefit Assessment District. They pay a property tax assessment specifically for maintenance of streets, lighting, and drainage. Staff solicited bids to have a slurry seal done on that street, which will extend the life of the roadway. The second crack seal first and then the slurry seal. And that will extend the life of the roadway. It's approximately 50,000 square feet. The cost is $13,900. Well, we had two bids. One was $13,950 from Wilson Asphalt. The second, $13,642 from Doug Veerkamp General Engineering. And staff's recommendation is to approve that contract for the crack seal and slurry seal of Winesap Circle. And if there's any questions, either me or I'll ask Rebecca to jump back in and help me answer them. So go ahead.
Any questions? All right, from the four of us, seeing none, let's go ahead and open this up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.6. We'll take caller 857. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So yeah, I wasn't trying to blast Doug Veerkamp or Rebecca. I just wanted to know what happened, but nobody answered those questions. I do believe Doug Veerkamp Incorporated, they really do look out for our city. It's amazing. I've actually seen them refund money on a project that they didn't spend when they could have pocketed it. And I just wanted some answers on why that one
How about we stick to
project.
this subject on this item here, Michael?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's my time, right? So I can speak
Well,
to.
you can speak to this item on this agenda item here.
Okay, so are you, please, hey, Mayor, could you please tell me to not speak to something? Right?
It's your time. Go ahead, as long as you want to address the issue.
It is.
on
It is
Winesap
my
Circle.
time, right? So if I wanted to read the alphabet, could I do that?
I would probably hang up on you. So go ahead.
Okay, I could probably sue you then. I could recall you then.
Oh, dear.
Okay, we'll move forward now. Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening again. When I read this, I was pleased to see that it was something that was paid by that homeowners association, because I didn't even know where the street was until I looked it up. And I just want to add that I know that we have had many bids go out to other contractors, and we're so fortunate to have Doug Veerkamp to be the low bid to get so many projects for us. Because even on the Highway 50 project, I know I'm off topic, but even on the Highway 50 project, it was too bad we didn't have someone else doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right. Seeing no other people in public comment, we'll bring it back for would anybody like to make any comments before I ask for a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
All right, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Nope, perfect. All right, if we could get a roll call, please. And there's Nick. Oh, by the way, before you go to roll call, I want to thank Nick for staying the whole night for this item and then not being able to speak one day.
And not being able to talk.
Yeah.
Nope, still can't hear you.
No. All right. Roll call, please. Thank you, Nick.
Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Councilmember No.
Aye.
Councilmember Saragosa. Kara Taylor has left. Mayor
Aye.
Thomas.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Nick, for your excellent miming capabilities there. Yes.
I'm adding a budget item to our budget talks. Apparently, Nick needs a new computer.
Now, let's not get carried away. Maybe he just needs a microphone.
That's true. I did get him. We got his tools last time.
Yes, we did.
You're right. That's right.
All right. Can I get a motion to extend this meeting beyond our 10 o'clock time, please?
I'll
I'll
make a
make a-
motion to continue the meeting.
All right. Second.
Second.
All right. Patty seconded. Get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Burley.
Aye.
Councilmember No.
Aye.
Councilmember Saragosa. Mayor
Aye.
Thomas.
Thank you very much. Moving on, council reports from other agency meetings. I know we don't have transit or transportation. Those are coming up next week.
Right.
And LAFCO.
LAFCO's tomorrow.
Laugh
All right.
goes tomorrow.
SACOG, Michael. Things are
We'll
happening
meet-
down there.
Yes. The one thing of note was just I was on a panel interviewing advocates for on the federal side. So we'll be, I think, rolling that out here pretty soon. I think part of that was, with the infrastructure package and with the second stimulus was to ensure that the Sacramento area didn't, that we got our fair share in addition to whatever LA or the San Francisco area might get. And so we're, looking to bring that advocate on for the SACOG region.
All right. When you say advocate, is that
Federal
is that
lobbyist?
for lobbyists?
Lobbyists, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Are they
Advocate,
rebranding
lobbyist.
themselves to make it a softer, kinder job?
Yes.
Okay, so an advocate. Okay, thank you. You're up next, Pioneer Community Energy.
Nothing to report.
Okay, Patty for Fire Safe Council.
Just working fast and furious and, trying to, they're coordinating with the city and with the fire departments and
Yes.
it just goes on.
All right. Is there any funding available for? I know there is one thing that who sent that to me? Wendy sent it to me. There is funding. What is that for? Dang it! Give me just 1 second.
Maybe you're referring to the Cal Fire grant?
Yes.
Mayor. Yeah, the Fire Safe Council is submitting an application for that, and we are also looking at submitting an application for that. We're working on it now. It's due May 19th.
Okay. Actually, it wasn't that. It was something to do with restaurants. I should say it right now anyway, but nobody's going to be on here. I should have said it earlier. There was a thing out for restaurants for SBA monies and something, but I sent it out to all the downtown merchants. And I wasn't able to get it out to other, but I think it's gone out through a couple different avenues. So we'll leave it at that for now. All right, moving on to request for future agenda items. Does anybody have anything they would like to request for future agenda items?
I have a future item, but maybe I'm not ready to ask the council just yet, but I feel very uneasy about the situation with PG&E and the CPUC and the accountability. And I feel like we should write some sort of letter to the CPUC, holding them accountable, asking them the hard questions that are not getting answered, and perhaps asking our fellow foothill communities to join us in that. Like I said, I'm going to try to formulate that idea better maybe for next council meeting, but I feel like the PG&E issue it needs a little bit more push.
Well, aren't they going to do a presentation for us at the next meeting?
Maybe it would be better to wait till after that.
gonna
That'll help
suggest
formulate my unanswered questions.
Maybe you'll get some answers.
Yes. Michael.
Yeah. And same, I'm not asking for a consensus yet, but I want everyone to think about, I know we were having this nonprofit El Dorado housing, but I'd like to still see what like Shonda at Marshall and, some of the other efforts that are going on. Cause we're getting different buckets, but I like to see sort of a holistic thing, even if it's like a one-off meeting where we're getting all these different groups to come and give one presentation. I just think it would be a better use of time, and we're getting all information in one place as well. So I don't know if that's possible, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
I also want to inform the council that EDAC had a special meeting at 4:30 today, so we weren't able to be a part of that or hear their presentation in terms of what they were, the properties they were proposing for the grant money and that. So that's a meeting that we can probably go back and watch the Zoom meeting that we missed today because of our meetings, Michael. So just wanted to let you know that's out there.
Okay, one other item that I know is coming up. I believe was at the end of May or the end of June that we had for the street. The outdoor dining.
Yep. You had given us, you said to reevaluate at the beginning of May. We gave them till the end of May, but we're supposed to reevaluate at the beginning of May. So it's my assumption that we will bring back a report at your next meeting regarding that.
All right. I don't need to ask that then. Any other questions here? Or statements? Okay, good. Moving on. City manager and staff reports.
Nothing further this evening, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So upcoming items, there's a rather lengthy list of them. I'll read off a few of them here. Items tentatively scheduled for the next city council meeting include parking code revision, parking restrictions and bike lanes in front of 640 Main, Bell Tower, notice of completion of Upper Broadway construction contract and retention payment with COC ratification, Hangtown Culvert emergency repair. And that's the one over there in front of the tap house, the creek where it's caving in on it. I just actually went down there and looked at that today, and it is actually from underneath, the boards are, it's not pretty.
Where is that, Dennis?
Up by the old Jack Russell Brewery. It's now called Tap House.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. PG&E presentation. We got a few other things in there, but for that, with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:10 p.m. And thank you, everybody who has stayed on here for the meeting. And everybody have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, John.